She had asked Don for something, so,
Oh, yeah.
well, yeah, I couldn't figure out how to get it bigger.
Oh,
It's too
Mhm.
far to the right. It's a learning curve. You should see me on YouTube.
maybe not.
Just watch till I get my answer, and it's pretty interesting.
Are you ready?
Yes,
Heidi?
Yep.
Don?
I am.
I trust everybody got an email from Ardella. She won't be here today. So we will call this meeting to order, the October 10th, 2023 meeting at 9 AM. Good morning. Morning. And if you'll stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call when ready.
Goss here, Glenn,
Here.
Valmont,
Here.
Pat.
Here.
Bennett is absent.
Any changes or additions to the agenda?
I'd like to move up both of the ambulance related items, unfinished business 1 and 2, to right after public comment to accommodate Amy Fairchild. Amy Fairchild's schedule, she is here.
Okay. I've got no problem with that.
No problem.
Aren't they already in unfinished one or two?
She wants it right after public comment.
Oh,
So
before reports?
there'd be no reports.
Okay. Okay, just wasn't clear where that was going.
Well, we have reports, they're here, but
Yeah, right.
I don't
got
see
it.
anybody here. Except you and Heidi.
Anything else? Any conflict of interest this morning? Public comment. Good morning, Roland. Make your way to the podium, please, sir.
Morning. Well, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to give my concern. My name is Roland Osterhaus. Over the property that I have on Skegamog Road. I have 30 acres. And the access that I have is on Lossy Road. And it's the only access I have because the land that is adjacent to the Skegamog Road is landlocked because of it's a watered land. Cannot go in by that process. And this has been going on for several years now, and there was a case by the Michigan State Supreme Court where a person purchased some property that had previously access to the public. And after purchasing it, they wanted to close off the access. And the Michigan State Supreme Court said, once it's been used in the last 15 years, it's still in access. And quoting from a letter that I have that was sent to Mr. Patterson by Mr. Pop, quoting, and this is where there was a board meeting on 10/13/2020. The board shares a consensus with the adjacent landowners about this property, about the property rights to the land under the easement, and agree that they should have unrestricted access. I recommend a sort of easement agreement to convey on this case, solidify access rights that may already exist to LRNT, not engaged by the public. So consequently, at this point, I have over 200 walnut trees that I must attend to, and I'm not looking for special privilege for my access. And if I cannot access with any motorized vehicle, then here's finances as what I'm out on. And that is the walnut trees are starting to produce walnuts. And it's estimated that when they start producing walnuts, they can produce and equal $300 per tree. I have over 200 trees, and in 1 year, that's a loss of $60,000. You multiply that by 10, that's $600,000. The other thing is when the trees are very mature, walnut trees are good for lumber, and that's about $3,000 per tree, and that's another $600,000. I have had an appraisal of the property several years ago, assuming that there's unrestricted rights to the property, and it was over $300,000. But based on the landlocked, it's only worth about 1/3 of that, which I have been offered many times by different companies, knowing that it is landlocked, and the only access is through Lossy Road. So that means I'm out $220,000 if I were to sell the property. Also, I've been paying taxes over $1,000 a year on that property. That's actually a value about 1/3 of that, which means I've paid over $14,000 in property taxes on it. So when you figure all this together, that comes to $1,434,000 that I'm going to be out on this property because I cannot access it through Lossy Road. So I feel the best thing that could happen for all property owners is to follow what Mr. Pop put in his letter to Mr. Pattison, and that is there is a special agreement that people who are adjacent property to the Lossy Road, that they have access, but not to the public. And of course, it's now called a trail. And if you go to the beginning of the trail on either side, you'll find that there's a sign that all motorized vehicles are unrestricted. Are restricted and cannot get on that property. Any questions? I want to thank you for being able to give the information.
Roland, if you would like to get on the agenda, please feel free to submit something, right, in the future.
I have submitted before the letter from the Supreme Court. I've submitted the letter that
And that's been on the, okay, thank you.
has been submitted before, but I could do it again if necessary. Thank you.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Heidi Valmuth, 8388 Winnie Lane, private citizen. Normally when the school wants more tax money from me or wants me to be aware, they send me a big, huge, beautiful colored brochure in the mail. I want to read you an email that I received yesterday about a meeting that takes place at 5 p.m. today. This is from the superintendent of schools. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. in the Elk Rapids High School Peterman Auditorium, the board and I will be holding a second board meeting regarding sustaining and maintaining Elk Rapids schools. In this discussion, we will briefly discuss the district transitioning from an informal to an out-of-formal district based on the increases in taxable values of the properties within our residential district boundaries and a decline in the residential students. We will discuss 3 potential options, which will involve staying status quo, removing further access to the district from the school of choice students, and potentially authorize a public school of academy at Mill Creek. There are a lot of details within each option that can't be summarized in my email. My recommendation is to attend the meeting in person to understand what's being considered. Thank you, Brian. McKenna. Okay, so there's also a coffee this morning at 9 a.m. The agenda wasn't easy to find. I don't think it came out till a couple days ago. So there's a meeting this morning at 9. There's a meeting at 5 p.m. And there's another meeting on Thursday. Interesting. All these meetings and no invitation to the public unless you're looking for it. Thank you.
I don't see any hands out in Zoom land. There's one. Good morning, Connie.
Good morning. I was just gonna talk about the camera. I see it's on now, so I thank you.
Yep.
Have a good meeting.
Okay, so then that moves into unfinished business number 1. I'll make a motion as written here in the packet in accordance with the existing MMR vehicle lease agreement. Whitewater Township is the intended owner of the 2010 Chevrolet Express Cutaway. VIN number as printed and all equipment in use on that ambulance.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
What is in question? What pieces of why are you bringing this motion? I mean, I read your document, but what specifically are you concerned about?
The equipment that's on the bus. And what drove this question originally was the change from Lucas 2 to Lucas 3. And so the ownership of the Lucas 3 device in contact with Fire Chief Lynn, he also said, well, don't forget the monitor has been replaced as well. So there were 3 items, I believe: monitor, self-loader, and the Life Pack 3 have been. Those 3 items are probably the major ones. Is there anything else that you can think of, Amy? Sure. Right.
She should probably come to the podium so Zoom can see her. Can they see her?
Use that copy of the. Thanks. So we've got the originals and now an MMR has replaced the other ones and now we want those too.
That's my interpretation of the agreement. Yes.
I didn't find that paragraph you cited, which is on 163, dealt with this type of equipment. It's talking about returning a vehicle or dispose of the vehicle. MMR agrees to replace all vehicles that are retired, which are needed to service the ambulance service agreement, to retitle in the name of the township, subject them to the terms and conditions. Upon the termination of this lease, all equipment then being used by MMR pursuant to this lease shall be promptly returned to township. We're not terminating the lease.
We are,
Well, we're signing a new lease.
no,
Okay, yeah, I guess they're gonna buy it. Okay,
we don't know that.
well, that's a proposal, I guess. MMR agrees to leave the ambulance and equipment that is in use in township at the termination of the agreement for the use of township to continue operation in the township. So are you saying we're gonna get the ambulance back and we're gonna continue operations in the township with that ambulance?
I don't believe we will continue operation
With a 20-year-old ambulance.
of the ambulance service. I believe that this board has in front of them later on in the agenda a potential 5-year agreement with MMR.
Right. Okay, then it says such equipment and vehicles shall be equipped to state standards for operation and shall be of equal or,
Question.
excuse me, excuse me, I'm not done yet.
Well, we read it.
Such excuse me, I'm going to be asking Amy to comment if you'll hold your
Okay.
comments. Such equipment and vehicles shall be equipped to state standards for operation and shall be of equal or greater value and condition as such equipment and vehicles on the second day of November 2015. As noted, better condition and higher value of the equipment and vehicles is acceptable. So I'd like to ask Amy to, come up to the microphone and explain why they explain MMR's position
In relation to the vehicle?
in relation to these three items: monitor, self-loader, and life pack.
All those have been upgraded, so the equipment that is currently on your truck is actually more valuable than what was originally on there. All of the items that we have replaced, we have brought back to you. The life pack was sold by the fire chief several years ago. The Lucas was returned to the fire chief and has been loaned out for EMT class right now. The cot, I do not know, that was before my time up here. All of those have been upgraded so that there is better equipment on the truck. We have reported those items to you guys as they've been replaced so that you can keep your inventory sheet up. However, we do feel that that is MMR property. What we were hoping for was to be able to sign the contract to continue providing a 5-year service here with MMR and present to you a different contract for the sale of the ambulance once that contract is signed. So this new contract here has nothing stated about the vehicle lease in it. That's all been taken out so that we could deal with those separately at the request of Supervisor Pop.
What has been done typically in other townships where you've had the same type of situation? Have you had that to deal with before?
In Elk Rapids, we replaced our truck after a 25-year-old truck. It gave its all. We did replace it with a brand new truck, and we took the old one there and remounted the box so that the box was still in good use, and we sent it into another area. But it has a brand new truck up there. We would be, our expectation here is that we would bring this truck that's currently in service in Whitewater into town to put some more miles on it, but it is 2010, so it's very, very old. It is the oldest truck within all of MMR. Put some miles on it and go ahead and remount the box because the box is still in great condition. We can put it on a new chassis and put it back in service, but we would put another truck out here, a newer, safer, better truck.
So
And
you had told
excuse
me
me,
earlier.
Excuse me,
no, I'm
I have
sorry.
one more
You
question.
had told me
Amy, you
earlier
had
that there
said
was
when you
no other
replace the
lease
truck. are
Okay, you
available
guys, take
in
it off.
MMR
I'm not-
system.
Excuse me. I will not entertain two questions at the same time.
Good.
My time is valuable. Cheryl was asking me first.
I was, thank you. And so, if and when you replace the township's 2010 ambulance, will you be then taking those three items that are currently on it and putting them, these three items that seem to be in question that MMR bought, will they stay in service in Whitewater Township?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll still have those items here. Okay, thank you.
What can I answer for you, sir?
Amy, you had indicated during our meetings at Acme that there are no other vehicle leases in the MMR system.
Not
So
anymore.
there is no situation like this, correct?
We fulfilled
Yep,
it with Elk
that's it.
Rapids.
Yes, sir.
And then, yes, there was. It is now done. It has been terminated as of 1 year ago.
Okay, all right. So this is the only one left.
Yes, that I am aware
Okay.
of.
I think what this does is properly compensates Whitewater Township. You know, we've been supplying Acme now an ambulance for their use for multiple years. The annual lease on this is how much?
The annual lease on the ambulance?
Yes,
It was built in with your contract price. I apologize. I don't know those numbers.
I think it was $1 a year.
Okay.
So for $1 a year, we've been providing this asset to Acme with little to no compensation. And I think that this clause protects the taxpayer Whitewater Township. And I think that's why we negotiated it in the beginning. So.
I don't have any questions. I mean, I've read section 23 more than once, less than 20 times, and I just don't see any ambiguity in that session. I'm ready to vote on it.
Heidi, any questions?
We're just voting on the equipment part? Or are we voting on the whole thing?
So the motion in front of us, Heidi, is about the equipment.
That's what I thought. I don't have any questions on the equipment.
We would like to bring you an offer for that as well, the ambulance and the equipment when you're ready for that.
Roll call when ready.
Why does it say, why does the motion say, is the intended owner? We are the owner of the ambulance. The township owns the ambulance. So I don't know, intended for when?
Roll call when ready.
Vomit.
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no.
The next item is unfinished business number 2, which begins on electronic packet page 170. And Clerk Goss has provided a copy of the agreement that Amy had provided on October 3 with a couple of small changes which are outlined in this document on page 170.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed 2023 5-year joint ambulance service agreement between Acme Township, Whitewater Township, and Mobile Medical Response Incorporated as amended, with subsidy amounts for Acme Township in the amount of $228,600 and Whitewater Township amount to be $353,400 per year.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes, the document that's in the packet is not titled as the most current document is, and in fact, this is the most current document. It was sent to Ron Pop on October 3rd by Amy. Ron, at least I didn't get a copy of it until I asked Amy for it, when I noticed that the document in the packet was not titled as such, and it should be titled as such. And I also noticed that on Ron in his memo says that on page 14, that the correction from quite to quiet has been made, but yet the document in the packet doesn't have that correction. So I'm suspicious what document that is. That document has draft all over it. This is the document here that is the final for signing document. And I'm not sure why this wasn't provided to us. The other one is not the document that is before us, that is supposed to be before us. So,
As I'm sure logical board members can understand, that the packet goes out before the October 3rd presentation of what has been printed for you. And so Amy and I had conversed about those changes. And I also shared with her the business items that we're looking at today. So it was the intent to have those items made. In our original discussion from about a month ago, kind of indicated that the real estate agreement needed to be its separate document. And when I was crafting my email to Amy to communicate the board's wishes, as you can see here, there's a signature page on the real estate lease, just like there's a signature page on the service agreement. So I do think that they are two separate documents, but they appear as one here in our packet just because of shall I say page numbering?
well, when you get to page 9, that's where you start to see that the draft document does not match the document in the packet. In fact, this document has the signature line, the document that I see there's, yeah, this document, the proposed, the document that the one I gave here doesn't have the signature lines all on one page like they should be. And then, like I say, that correction on page 14 has not been made in this document. So I don't understand how this can be what's in the packet can be the correct document. And I think this document that we have today that is
You see in the motion where it says as amended, Cheryl?
and I just
So-
think when you put a document in the packet, okay, you put the document in the packet.
Heidi, do you have
But
questions?
then on 10-3, you got the final document and you didn't share it with us. I had to ask Amy for that. To me, that's some kind of, why was the 10-3 document not provided to the rest of the board?
There was one word changed from quit to quiet.
Well, you're asking, and that
we
was,
removed the items pertaining to the motor vehicle lease, which we all know is
Right,
not going to carry on.
so,
So was there a need to send out a revised packet? Don?
I mean,
I
for
mean, it's-
transparency purposes, there certainly was.
So if I understand this, the issue at hand is the fact that the word on page 14, quiet versus quit or quite. And our motion talks about amending that. I mean, if that's what the word that has to be amended, that is amended, will be amended, I imagine. If it's a question of I'm trying to find the page that the signatures on page, sorry, bear with me,
15.
15. The packet shows the signature lines spanning 2 pages. And even if that's a sticking point, then amend that to push the signature line to be on the same page.
That could be a printed PDF issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't,
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I agree with whether
Heidi,
they're
do you
on
have
separate lines. So
substantial questions?
I'd like to hear from Amy by the big difference when between prices I mean, I get it because it's because of calls,
Mhm.
but how did you come to that number?
The number involves several different aspects. Of course, supplies, inflation has gone way up. So supplies are way up. Gas, we have to price it at approximately $4 per gallon. The truck out here is a diesel, so it's a little bit more. We actually underestimated that for the diesel to make it a little bit more fair across the board. Also, in this day and age, pay raises, and that we just gave significant pay raises out last year that have
Okay,
helped. us
but I'm
with the-
asking for the difference between what Acme's paying and what Whitewater's paying, besides the number of calls. I get that. And
That's
the
the only
number of
reason.
booking. Is there anything else you put in that equation?
No, that's the only reason. Acme does 3 times the amount of generates 3 times the amount of calls that Whitewater does. Whitewater averages between 25 and 30 calls per 30 days. Acme generates between 75 and 102 every 30 days. Because there is more calls, there's more income coming. in
I
for that.
understand how it works.
That's
Doesn't
why.
mean I'm happy about it, but
I
I
understand that.
understand how it works.
I understand.
Um,
I wouldn't be thrilled either, but that's the answers that I have for you.
no. My problem is that we made sleeping quarters and everything to kind of offset this, and
Which
it's
we
not
paid.
an offset.
We're paying you 7,200 a
I
year for that.
understand that that's not a lot of money because all that's not even recouping my electrical costs at this point. But I don't have any other options at this time, so thank you for the clarification. The only thing I have is in the future. The only thing I have is in the future, I'd like a better estimated a cost of that's costing us in the firehouse. Like with electricity, phones, anything at night that technically is going towards in the cost of the ambulance. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All the
So-
bills are in the packet. You can look and
that
see
should-
what the heat
I
bills are,
I-
the electric bills, all that's in the packet every month.
Heidi, I think on the revenue expense report that comes out sporadically,
It's on there. I saw it.
if you look under the ambulance section,
It's there.
half of the cost for like garbage.
Right, I saw that.
The
I
only
just-
thing that isn't split is MMR maintains their own internet service there, so we actually have like
And phone.
internet accounts
There's no
going.
phone there. And yeah, we take care of all internet and cable that we use.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
so,
That's
but
about
they,
250 per month.
they split electricity and they split natural gas.
Well, I think
Snow
the-
plowing.
The question
mowing.
I'm getting to is $600 really enough? Do we really know if $600 is really enough? They charge us for inflation. Do we charge for inflation? I don't know.
So your question kind of spans a huge category, doesn't it?
A little bit, but
Are you indicating that if we don't keep better track of things or have, you know, this review that we could, Whitewater Township people are actually supporting Acme Township residents because we're undercharging for our services? Is that your point?
well, they put inflation in theirs. Did we bother to put it in ours? The $600 because if, what have we been paying them previously? Was it $600?
I believe that the $600 has been a constant since we had the,
For the last 2 years.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
For 2 years.
Now we're going into 5 years with no increase on our end, except we increased our end a lot. They have had no increase on their end for our $600. Are we doing due diligence here?
I understand your question. And so for me, I look at the termination agreement. The termination clause. So if at some point in time, let's see. That is,
I just don't want us stuck with $600 for the next 5 years if everybody else is putting
I-
inflation in their numbers and we're not.
I get it. I understand.
I mean, it's peanuts, so it's not really gaining anything here.
Well, they have their own, I mean, Acme houses them for 12 hours a day, so
Do they sleep there? Sure.
I don't know if they sleep there or not, but they are not in our building for 12 hours a day, yet they're splitting half of the costs with the fire department.
Okey-dokey.
I wanted to get to the termination clause. I'm sorry, I thought I had
That's
it
okay.
highlighted.
I just want to know, is there any room for us to change down the road? If 600 is 800 and we don't know it?
Talking about termination of the lease or the rental or the
I'm looking on the real estate.
So-
Agreement.
real estate's on 186.
186. I was actually looking in the service agreement. And that's
Page
on
9.
page 180. And
I guess we're
so-
kind of covered because it says we can we have 60 days. It says 1 year following the expiration initial of 5 years unless either party notifies in writing. So I guess we could tell them that, but we're gonna have to keep better track of it and somebody's gonna have to track it.
Well, what are a couple of sleeping rooms worth, right?
I don't know, how much did it cost us to put it there? Didn't
Well,
we spend a lot of money for the ambulance to be able to do this?
we could consider it a short-term rental.
No, 'cause
Thank
it's
you,
an
Amy.
everyday
Thank you.
occurrence. It's an everyday occurrence, so you can't.
So, if we took a look at rentals in Traverse City, a 3-bedroom home in a decent neighborhood, probably will bring $2,500 a month, right? Elk Rap or Williamsburg here, you're probably a 3-bedroom, you're probably pushing 1,800. But that's not a 3-bedroom home. So let's just call Williamsburg rent at $2,000 a month. What portion of a home are they using? Are they using a third of it, a quarter of it?
Where are you going? Are you trying to cut down to get to the 600?
That's,
Well, my problem is we haven't tracked it very well. I mean, I know you can figure it out. But did we do our due diligence and say 600 is okay, enough or not?
I don't think we did any type of amortization schedule. And I don't think we did any type of Yeah, I don't think we did. I don't remember how we arrived at that number. Do you, Cheryl?
No, I don't. I do
It-
know
was
that
in-
we
this was
added
in
on to
place.
the ambulance, that we added on to the fire department building, because we had our own ambulance service. The township had its own ambulance service for many years, and, the people that were there were in the, what's still the fire office. There was no other addition on the back there, and they were sleeping in, recliners, which is an OSHA violation. So, we had to add on to the building.
The space that we use is frequently shared with the fire department, especially when there's, catastrophic weather events going on, things like that. So it is very open and shared with everyone. They use the 2 bedrooms, they have a spot for 2 recliners and occasionally use the microwave. But they are only there at the nighttime.
So for
So
me,
if anything, our rent has, when we started sharing, with Acme, the rent maybe should have gone down because they are not they're only utilizing the building 50% of the time. Now, where they were using it 100% of the time before, so I don't see the problem with the $600 figure, and as far as it being tracked, it's being tracked right through the general ledger. And that's, every time a bill's paid.
I'll
it's,
put it in a different
it's
context,
tracked
Cheryl.
to those general ledger, numbers, that are assigned, and everybody can see all of that information.
Okay, she's
You
not
can add
getting
it up yourself.
You're not getting it. You don't want to raise the rent? Okay. go
questions?
ahead.
No, the only comment I would make is, I understand Heidi's position, that, that we didn't do a numerical analysis of it. But, and along the same lines of the exercise you just did, Williamsburg rents $1,800 in the space, and from a common sense standpoint, it seems like the amount is fair to me. It doesn't, I don't. I mean,
But you haven't
I-
given yourself a raise in 8 years.
I'm not gonna go back at the 8 years. The question is for the coming years, is 600 in today's market seem fair? And the answer to me, I feel it is. So,
Okie dokie.
roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
yes,
Pop,
Yes,
Bennett is absent.
there's a second motion on this one, isn't there?
and I did that just to try and highlight that I think there are 2 different agreements. One is the actual service agreement, and then there is the real estate lease. Mhm.
Which is an exhibit to the agreement that we just,
Exhibit A.
approved.
So I'll make a motion to approve the proposed 2023 5-year rental lease between Whitewater Township and Mobile Medical Response Incorporated as amended in the amount of $600 per month.
Is that rental,
I-
lease, or real
No,
estate?
I'm sorry, let me restate that. I think I did say rental, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the proposed 2023 5-year real estate lease between Whitewater Township and Mobile Medical Response Incorporated as amended in the amount of $600 per month. Yeah, that was my bad.
I'll second.
I just want it to be right in the minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
Yes,
Goss, yes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate
So-
your time.
We will get a signed couple of agreements out to you. So just out of curiosity, board. If members of the Whitewater Township Board sign this, and will we accept an electronic signature from the MMR folks? Or do you want a wet signature?
I'm agreeable to electronic signatures.
I'm
I just
okay.
am, I think.
Cheryl?
I think it's never been a problem getting MMR signature in the past, and
That wasn't the question, it's whether or not we need to have a wet signature here in the township.
well, for the clerk's office records, that would be preferable.
I can make that happen.
Those
if
are
that would be
permanent
your
records.
preference. Your call, you let me know and I'll take care of it.
I'm sorry?
Your decision, you let me know and I'll take care of it.
I think the board consensus is electronic is fine.
I'm for electronic.
Heidi?
If it's up to me, it doesn't matter either way. We're in the 20th century.
Thank you. Electronic would be good.
It's not board consensus. I don't agree to that, and we have one board member that's not here, so, it will not be in the minutes as board consensus because there is not a
I'll make a
consensus when
motion to,
everyone
I'll make
agrees.
a motion to accept an electronic signature from Mobile Medical Response on both the ambulance service agreement and the real estate lease agreement.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, yeah, here's a discussion. What difference does it make what she does? Because she never we're still waiting 9 months for her decision, so whatever. Vote.
Roll call when ready.
It's not funny, Cheryl. It's ignorant, but continue on.
I didn't even understand what you said. It wasn't even understandable.
Ron, did you understand what I said?
Yep.
Okay. Call the vote.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no, Valmu,
Yes.
Bennett is absent, Glenn,
Yes.
There. Now it can be in the minutes.
hopefully you'll provide an original to the clerk's office. We still have quite a few documents that you haven't provided to the clerk's office. The 186 Networks Metro Act document has
Is-
never been filed with the clerk's
Is
office.
this on the agenda?
Just a statement. Gratuitous.
Okay, so that takes us to a different spot in the agenda. That takes us back to reports and presentations. And I don't see anybody from the County Board of Commissioners. I don't see anybody from the Fire Department. Planning Commission, lady.
Well, we had a meeting. And I will tell you that the plan commission members worked very hard and did an exceptional job at our workshop. It was the first workshop of, I think, 4. They're not sure yet. It was well attended. I think we had about on paper, there's like 106 signatures. Somebody counted 88 people in the door. I'm gonna say around 100 because some people didn't want to sign in. I don't know why they didn't want to sign in. Half the cookies got eaten, half the water got used. That was good. There was discussion all over the place. And I'm going to warn you, ladies and gentlemen, the elephant in the room is short-term rentals. Just letting you know what the elephant in the room was. Other than that, people were putting dots all over the place. We had 5 stations, which if you go back to the minutes are listed. And the last station, everybody was able to give other comments if they wanted to. The gentleman that was at that station had nothing but good reports. And everybody basically had really good reports about feedback, other than the elephant in the room, short-term rentals. But we're gonna continue on. They do have another meeting scheduled for November 7th as another workshop. According to the gentleman at Northwest, he's going to combine the 2 for 1 report. And that's the last I got from the chair, was he's combining this previous one and the next one, due to the fact that they were all at training and he's just working on it now, this week. So apparently they all went to the same training everybody else was at last week. So he was unable to put together that in time for our meeting. Sorry. That's where we're at. We did have some issues going over the zoning ordinances. That needs a clarification, which I am going to get shortly in an email. So I'm waiting for someone to clarify it. So it's more common terminology as to how they're gonna handle the zoning ordinances. Because when we went to discuss them, Bob wasn't there. So, we needed a clarification on how tall a building really is. From my opinion, it depends who you ask on what you get. The ordinance to some people is not clean cut. So I'm gonna go with get a clarification. Once I get a clarification, I'm probably gonna send it to each one of you individually and get your comments. Because I think certain things are being put into context, possibly the wrong way. And I need to clarify it. But I'll take questions. You can beat me up some more.
Yeah, I've got a quick question on that. Quick question on that LIA.
Uh-huh.
Was there a contract spec that they were supposed to provide us a report after the first forum?
That I have to look into. That was my question, why we're not getting it right after the fact. And I'm gonna say it's kind of an excuse that,
My observation is we had the same problems with the networks Northwest there, that,
correct.
that the contract specified certain dates and they just blew by them, didn't observe them. Here we are with LIAA and now they're making adjustments. I mean, we're the customer paying the bill, and if the spec says should have a report, then, they can give me all the reasons and excuses that they want. Bottom line is we're paying them a hefty sum to
Yeah,
perform.
my comment, I
this.
asked why it
And
wasn't
so
videoed.
I
So I got those questions in an email to the head of the ROS, and we'll see what he sends me back. So, but that's what I
To
was
your
told.
point, it's contract management.
Mhm.
There is none. I heard
And-
you say Networks Northwest is not getting the report.
I meant, I get. the
Did
two
you
of them
meant Leah?
confused. Leah,
Okay, all
but
right.
Leah wasn't sure. And again, I'm not gonna make excuses because I'm getting an awful lot from them and I've already voiced my concerns. The 2 people that were supposed to show up that night, one of them was different when they came. So that was another one of my questions. So players are getting shifted. I mean, I get it. Everybody's writing a master plan, but I was pretty adamant with my email to the individual that I wanted some answers. And I also wanted some answers of why they didn't videotape it for a learning experience. At least.
Are you done with your question?
Yeah, I am. I guess she can't answer it.
I
mean,
can't answer
that's-
it.
and
I
that's
mean,
fi-
when I get the
I
answer, I'll
respect
give
that.
it
I'm
to
not
them.
pressing that issue.
So then I also heard you say that now we're looking at 4 charrettes, not 2.
I have to
So
look back because they keep
everything-
changing it. So
Well.
it's
so
a project,
just-
it's a plan.
No,
I
my
get it.
turn, my
Go
turn.
ahead.
I'm gonna be very unpopular with this, but again, we go back to budget, right?
Mhm.
And so later on down in the program here,
get it.
we're gonna be asked to look at a budget, and now we're potentially doubling what, the $18,000 charge? Okay, somebody needs to get a handle on it.
Are
And
you
so-
saying with that you don't like the number of meetings we're having?
No, you just said that you were gonna have your
Uh-huh.
next one, your next gathering
On
on
November
No-
7th,
November 7th,
correct?
which would be the second of potentially 4. At least that's what I understood you to
Hold
say.
on, I'll go back in my notes. Continue.
And so nowhere in the proposed amount of money that you're asking for later on in this agenda, does it say we're gonna have another $18,000 charge? Thinking the first 2 were 18,000. If we add 2 more, they're probably gonna be very similar.
Hmm.
So just,
I got 3 in here with a possible 4. I don't know how it's gonna turn out because it all plays on the people. And how many people come and how far they can get on the master plan and all the comments from the people. So how do I plan? How do I give you a plan if you don't like that we put a meeting in there for possible that we might need one? If you don't want to plan for what could be the extreme, then I'm still gonna be back here again short. So
I don't think any board member has ever said not plan for the extreme
well, then.
or the norm.
Then, okay, so if we go 3, if we tell you 2 or 3 and we come back and say, now we need another one. That's gonna happen. But if you look through, and Cheryl, thank you for putting this together, by the way, it was very nice. If you look through her request, this is it. From start to finish. So,
That's what you're saying.
Well, this is a bunch of circular discussion here,
It
okay?
is.
I don't have the Leah contract in front of me. I don't remember because I don't have a photographic memory, how many workshops they said they were going to host. This is a bunch of speculation about whether there's gonna be more than what's in the contract. We don't know that yet. I haven't heard any of that from Rachel or Randy. Today, they've had one and they have another one scheduled.
Sure, if I could just interject, I think I appreciate your point on that, but I also go back to project management. This open-endedness on all of these contracts is just wrong. You either do, Leah does, they're gonna do 2, or they're gonna do 3, but we're gonna do 3 and then decide if we still need more. The project is
but
do the master plan. And if Leah proposes that they're going to do, whether it's 2 or 3, whichever, because I don't have the contract, I respect that, I don't know. But assuming whatever that is, then that's what it is. And that's what we vote on and budget for. And for that.
Precisely.
So, yeah, and for this to be open-ended and you say you can't budget for it, it's because you're not trying. If the
Okay.
contract calls for 2 or 3 meetings, then that's what it is. It's 2 or 3.
The planning commission has to follow the contract.
Yes.
So whatever the contract says is what the planning commission has to follow. And until they tell us with facts otherwise, which we don't have any of that. We don't have anything concrete in front of us to say that they want to step outside of the contract. I'm going to assume that they are going to follow the contract and do what the number of workshops whatever that number is that is in the contract.
I'm gonna say that I don't see any more meetings with Leah, but you might have another, the plan commission could decide to stick another meeting in there to help them prepare or answer questions or something. I can't
There's been a
plan for
number of
that.
meetings planned for in this budget amendment and so there's been quite a few meetings planned for in the balance of the fiscal year and I think it's just sheer speculation to think that maybe they aren't even gonna have all those meetings. I don't know. I think that was an estimate. And certainly that's their best estimate of how many meetings they're planning to have. And that's what the budget amendments are based on.
Okay, Park and Recreation report.
I really don't have anything to add other than what my written comments are. There's an item in there which is being addressed later as a new business item.
Okay. The consent calendar. I included the PC budget amendments in it. And then Cheryl's submission later on in the packet kind of says it won't be included, probably because it was unfinished business, I guess. I don't know.
I didn't ask it to be included under the consent calendar.
Well, that's where most budget amendments are.
Most. But my
So-
memo explains that it was going to not be under the consent calendar. Why? Because it was taken out the last time. So,
So all I'm saying is on this consent calendar, let's remove the budget amendments.
they were never intended to be in there, so. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as
Oh,
amended.
wait a minute, I'd like to pull out some bills.
Okay,
Well, we can get the motion. Motion's supposed to be on the table before discussion starts.
Okay, go ahead.
I made it.
I'll second it for discussion purposes. Sure, well, I'd like to know what the outcome of the 1099 mistake for Larry Wilson getting another $400.
Well, I have to place a call. Larry talked to the IRS. I have to place a call to them. I have not had time to do so. Many times when you call the IRS, you're on hold for 45 minutes and then they hang up. And then you have to call back and be on hold for another 45 minutes and then they hang up. But I have to put a call into them. It looks like they snagged one of our federal tax payments to cover this penalty. But there was leaving a balance of $900 and some on this penalty. I am going to ask them not to restore that money to our federal tax payment because those are 941 taxes. And I'm not sure, they probably have the authority to do that. As far as I know, we haven't received anything that said that they've snagged a part of another federal tax payment to cover the balance. So I need to call the IRS and find out and get somebody on the phone that knows.
So are
what's
you
going on
saying
with
that
this.
they
Still unresolved.
unresolved and the amount in question is now $900?
As far as I'm concerned, it's unresolved and the penalty is still out there.
What is the current penalty facing us?
I don't have that in front of me.
I know it started out as originally over 30,000 and I think it got
No, no.
whittled down.
No, that
Well,
was
the
way well, yes.
The initial letter was
It did,
30,000.
but we were never billed for that
I agree.
amount of money. I don't know, it's around 4,000.
And so our federal tax payment was commandeered. So
One
we
of
are,
them, I was told was,
What
and
do you mean
then
you were told by whom?
by the IRS
You just said you didn't talk to that.
and by Larry. Well, I have talked to the IRS. You never get the same person twice, so it's difficult to get information from the IRS.
so is Whitewater Township now in arrears in a penalty situation for not paying our federal tax quarterly? That'd
Well,
be
I
if
think
they-
we would be if they've snagged one of our payments.
Okay.
I asked them to reverse that. And the guy told me that they did reverse that. So,
Do you have
then
anything
I
in
talked to
writing?
Larry again
Mhm.
and, he was told that, there was only 900 and some dollars left to pay on it. So things with the IRS are massively behind. Okay, they are massively behind, as in more than a year behind.
Cheryl, do you got a timeline? Do you got paperwork? Do you got have you been tracking this? Do you have anything to show that you've done this even on paper?
Yep. I've been making notes to a file.
Awesome.
So I
Awesome.
know we have a motion on the table. And so I'll withhold this motion until after the approval of the consent calendar, but I think this is a board item. Heidi, I know you've asked for updates along the way during board meetings
Yeah,
verbally.
because the
verbally.
IRS is not nice.
Well, you've asked for updates and then now all of a sudden, this conversation appears. The board didn't even get an opportunity to hire the
An
accountant.
attorney.
Cheryl has done this autonomously on her own. And have we actually seen any correspondence from the feds, from the IRS on this
Nope.
as a board?
Oop. That's what's scaring the heck out of me right now.
So my motion will cover that as well. And then my second motion will be that any additional correspondence with Wilson will be a board action on this topic. Because
it's 2
clearly,
years
we've
old.
asked nicely to get this information and the clerk is hiding it.
I'm not hiding anything and there's no correspondence, with Larry Wilson. He calls with updates.
Well, then he will have to put that in writing for the board. And if he's not willing to do that, then the board will select another accountant to take over.
Maybe we
That
need
if
an
the
attorney.
motion passes. You have further questions?
No, I don't.
Do you have further questions, Heidi?
We don't mess with the IRS because first, I'm glad glad she thinks it's fun.
No one's messing with the IRS, Heidi.
Well, Cheryl, you're keeping it a big secret and we're
I'm
all
not keeping it a
responsible
big
to fix
secret.
it.
There's not much to report.
Okay, but when did this start, Cheryl? This started an awful long time ago. It should have already been resolved.
Well, it never started until 3 years after. I think it started in 21, which was 3 years after 2018. Why did it start at all? That's how far behind the IRS is.
Cause you checked the wrong box, apparently.
Well, mistakes happen.
I get it. But usually when you make a mistake and you want to rectify it, you start immediately and you let everybody on your team know that, oopsie, I screwed up. What you gotta do.
Are we ready to vote?
Are we taking our motion off the table and you pulling those other out, and making other motions, or are we making three?
I will make two others after this.
The only
one.
motion on the table right now is to approve the consent calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we voting or you asked if there's
Yeah, were there other questions? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
No,
Bennett is absent? Goss, yes, Damian,
No.
so here we are with a failed motion on the consent calendar. I would approve the consent calendar if we removed the Wilson payment.
I will too, but that's gotta be resolved, and apparently we have to track
Um,
this ourselves.
well,
and Figure it out.
So the motion I would like to make, first of all, is motion by Pop to have the clerk supply all correspondence regarding the 1099 issue.
all
supply
correspondence regarding the
1099 IRS issue applied to the board within 10 days.
Put a date on there, or
Okay.
specify business or not, business days or not, otherwise a date.
Pick a date for me, Heidi.
Or are you doing 10 business days or 10 normal days?
10 normal days.
Today's the 10th.
So October 20th, that'd be a Friday,
Perfect.
like 10.20.2023. Will you support that motion, Heidi?
I sure will. I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Damian,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no.
My second motion is motion by Pop to have future correspondence with Larry Wilson regarding the 1099 IRS issues be communicated to the board in writing, and any plan of action be approved by the board.
You're gonna put a date on there?
So help me where you're thinking.
Can you just read it again real quick?
Sure. Motion by Pop to have all future correspondence with Larry Wilson regarding the 1099 IRS issues be communicated to the board in writing, and any plan of action be approved by the board.
Yeah, you don't really need a date on it.
Should I maybe say that Larry Wilson CPA? Does that help?
Yeah, I guess you could put CPA in there.
Can you add CPA to the motion, Cheryl? After Larry Wilson's name? Can I get support for that?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
We need a better handle on this. I mean, I know, Shirley, you think it's nothing. Here we go again. The Secretary of State puts a gold seal on her stuff. The IRS, nah, they just come and get you. But okay.
Don, any comments? No. Cheryl, any comments? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Baumia,
Yes.
Goss, no, Glenn,
Yes.
Motion number 3. Motion by Pop to inform Larry Wilson CPA of this board action requiring communication be in writing and any plan of action to be approved by the board.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
We gotta control the costs on this. It's going higher and higher.
That is a concern, no doubt. But at some point in time, you know, just like further on down in the agenda, I don't like people saying I'm aware of something when I'm not aware of it.
Well,
And,
exactly.
and this is the same action. You know, who knows who's on the hook for this penalty, whatever it is now, if any. if
We're
any.
a board. I have a feeling we all are, but okay.
Roll call when ready.
Baumia,
Yes.
Goss, no, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes. So I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar, removing Larry Wilson's payment.
I'll second it.
So motion made and seconded. Obviously, we owe Larry some money. But I think that,
Like a detailed bill.
well, I think Heidi, you've done a pretty good job at making sure the board knew you wanted an update. Don, I think you've provided a couple of comments the clerk was well informed that an update was necessary as it came in. I don't remember exactly what meeting you asked Heidi.
It's been a long time.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. But at any rate, once we get the documents from the clerk, then I think we pay Larry's bill. So that's my motivation here, is to see what we're buying, and I think we have that right in this case. So
Get what you pay for.
thank you for your support in advance. Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop?
Yes.
Bowman?
Yes.
We dealt with unfinished business number 1 and number 2. That brings us to, excuse me, unfinished business number 3. Make a motion to approve the motor vehicle lease agreement as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Second, I just need to check something here. So I have a question on page 189 that the way I understand it, blue text is added and the red it's deleted, and so on page 189, number 2, the term, I guess there were absent dates in there in terms of we talk about a beginning, there's a beginning date that we need to log, whether we can determine that at this moment in time or not. And then the term is month to month, which makes sense, that describing that. But it does have an end date as well. And I don't know if the intent was the vehicle lease agreement shall begin such and such date and continue month to month unless otherwise terminated as private, or it just seems to me that those two things either have to be complete or one of them has to go. I think that continue month to month is fine, that statement, but if we don't put a through date, an end date, then it's perpetuity. So I'm not sure what the intent was with that change in the blue.
So under termination of the agreement, I see your point about evergreen. And so then I would look towards termination, and that might be section 13.
It's page 191.
Yeah, it's on the bottom, number 16. Oh, that's cross default. There's 13.
13 is termination by default.
Yeah. So let's look at 16. Provision 16. I've crossed out the word cross.
Mhm.
And so this becomes default and termination. And so black text stays. In the event of a default or breach, the non-offending party shall be entitled to terminate all leases and contracts between it and the offending party. Again, it kind of talks about default, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you couldn't give a 60-day, by the way, that way, my interpretation is literally
Sure.
the 60 days is only applying to a default, not the fact that we just want to end the agreement. So that's why, that you go to the month to month in section 2, then I don't think it applies. I'm not an attorney, but I don't think that applies.
Okay, so in section 2, because we don't know when or if an offer to purchase the ambulance will come forward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she said it was gonna, but
Yeah, but I'm sure they're busy too, right? So how would that be worded in your opinion? Do we just put an end date in there?
Yeah, yeah. Let me just think about that for a second. So, I think if you put an end date in there, then the only thing that the end date, let's playing that out. If you put an end date in there a year from now, and MMR does not purchase and they want to continue lease, all them we're doing is they're bringing a new lease forward. There's no automatic renewal. There's no extension past that. It's the fact that we got to the end of the year and
Okay.
MMR is not ready. So I think I would shall begin, put a specific beginning date and continue dropping the month to month, continue through the month, day and year, unless otherwise terminated. And we just know that we got a closed contained contract. And if I'm not saying that I would preclude MMR from coming back and wanting to re-up a lease for additional time if they weren't ready to purchase. But I think that it's a control mechanism to make sure that doesn't slip.
So you want to drop month to month?
I can go either way on it. It doesn't, I mean, the term is defined between a start and an end. So month to month is like belts and suspenders to me. It doesn't really make a difference. I don't see any harmony other than it's just wordy, but I'm not advocating that it's gotta go. So I am advocating that we need to start and an end date.
So then if I'm the person that wants to lease this vehicle and I know that the offer is going to come within 2 months, I don't want to sign a year lease agreement. So then how do I terminate?
So it was terminated and provided to, so is there any mutual agreement in here? Let's see, I don't remember seeing that. You can mutually agree, there's a termination by default. If there's a mutual agreement to terminate, then a clause, then.
So maybe this paragraph works as it is, but we look at section 16 a little closer.
Yeah, I don't think that, I think that 16, since you have a termination by default in 13. I think a default and termination is over. I don't think that applies here. I think it'd be just, a mutual termination or something to that effect that,
Okay, so let's
or
just,
let me, I think the language is in 2, it's in the red. If you look at the red language and say this lease will automatically renew, and you strip that out and then start talking about that,
are you in 13?
No, I'm on page 189, section 2.
Oh,
Looking, I think the answer is in the red language there.
that's what
all
I'm
stripped out.
thinking.
Okay,
It's not malleable enough to fit, at least in my mind, so.
What about if we look at,
I think it needs language along the lines of, this lease, could be mutually, terminated upon agreement by both parties, given 60 days notice, just in the term.
you think it belongs in the term?
I think it belongs in the term, yeah.
And not
The other parts are default. I think.
not referenced to as otherwise terminated, and then just go to section 16 and put in the mutual covenants there.
Yeah.
I'd much rather leave term as term.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, 16 can go there.
And then
I would
just-
drop the cross and default, put
Yes.
termination and put we need to strike up some language on a mutually agreeable termination that would happen prior to the end date of the term. And I think, if, MMR desires to purchase the equipment, prior to the end of the term, and mutually agreed upon by both parties with 60 days notice, something, I'm trying to wordsmith it on the fly here and I'm not doing a very good job.
So I have something kind of blocked out for discussion if you're ready, Don.
I am.
Anyone else? Cheryl, I wouldn't type any of this yet.
Nope.
And so I'm specifically looking at paragraph or provision 16, which is located on packet page 191. As Don recommended, remove the word cross is already removed because it's in red. Remove the words default and. So it just leaves termination as the heading. Township and MMR agree. And then jumping all of the red language, red text, move down to in the event of mutual agreement, termination of this vehicle lease by either party, with 60 days notification.
Getting rid of the word offending and non-offending.
Yeah, it's actually all new language.
Okay.
I didn't try and delete anything else there.
Okay, all right.
So I've changed it up a little bit. Maybe reads a little better. The heading stays the same, termination. Township and MMR agree. No, that didn't work, sorry. How about for provision 16? It becomes provision termination. Township and MMR agree. This vehicle lease can be terminated by either party with 60 days written notice.
Pretty cut and dry.
I don't think it needs to be more wordy than that. I think it's fine.
And then up in paragraph 2 or provision 2,
The begin date is the beginning of the date, December 1st. Consistent with the ambulance service agreement.
and we want to get rid of month to month.
I would begin the first day of December. And ending November 30th, 2024. Unless you're looking at longer than a year.
Well, this is just, I don't know if MMR will accept this, right?
Oh, right, okay,
So this is really just trying to get something
Okay.
out to them.
okay,
That I think our attorney has mainly looked at this.
okay.
We're changing a couple of things. I don't know that they're substantial enough to have the attorney reopine on it, but that he can send that out to the board if you would like.
You mean send out to the attorney?
So I think
I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks, Heidi.
No problem.
I think we dropped the continue the month to month if we got an end date.
And your proposed end date is,
I'm just suggesting December is consistent with the ambulance service, December 1st. For start date, November 30th, 2024 is the end date at this point.
all right, proposed start of 12/1/2023, ending on 11/30/2024. 30. Are you, Heidi, what are your thoughts?
I'm okay with that.
Sure.
I'm not for changing this agreement at all. They're going to be coming back with a different lease agreement, or a different proposal entirely on the vehicle, and the one that we have renews for a year without action. I'll be voting no, but
Okay.
do what you want.
Don?
It's
anything
a waste
further?
of time.
Nothing further.
Okay, roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Goss, no, Dominic,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
the motion two that's listed on packet page 188. Is kind of Whitewater Township extending this to MMR.
I think you want to amend, change that from what's worded there then in terms of maybe presenting it to them.
So approve the motor vehicle lease agreement between Whitewater Township and Mobile Medical Response Incorporated. Motion to provide be approved. So I'll make that motion then, motion to provide the approved motor vehicle lease agreement between Whitewater Township and Mobile Medical Response.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Why do we need a motion to provide? Are you not gonna give it to him?
It completes his timeline, Cheryl.
Well, this, in my opinion, this authorizes me to sign that lease and send it to MMR.
it
Maybe,
doesn't say authorize you to
Sure.
sign it. I mean,
So I-
MMR hasn't even seen it. I don't know why you'd be signing it.
because we've approved it. It's our agreement. It's our ambulance. We've already decided that. So, I do like the recommendation. Motion to approve. So I'm gonna withdraw my previous motion.
Okay. I would try my second.
Come up with something else here. Are you looking for something, Heidi? So motion two, I would like to change to. Motion to approve the supervisor to sign the motor vehicle lease between Whitewater,
Supervisor to sign the motor vehicle lease.
between Whitewater Township and MMR. Mobile Medical Response Incorporated.
Before I second it, would you read it back to me, Cheryl?
approve the supervisor sign the motor vehicle lease between Whitewater Township and Mobile Medical Response.
I'll second.
Let's just make sure there aren't two signatures required on this one. There are two signatures required on this one. Just like on the service agreement.
So then you put a clerk, put the clerk.
Well, like on the service.
Any board member can sign a
That's-
contract.
Presented, that's not necessarily true, Cheryl.
For the MTA it is.
Yeah, well, the MTA is not law.
The MTA interprets laws for the township.
Good for them. So,
He's kind of right.
we can designate, we do need two signatures according to this agreement. That's how it was set up. But we can maybe make another change on that. Or we can have anybody sign it. Doesn't have to be the clerk.
It won't be the clerk.
Okay.
Okay, then put anybody on there.
So then we'll make that change to this agreement as well. Clerk refuses to sign.
I didn't vote for it, so I'm not gonna sign it. You got plenty of other board members who can sign.
And that is if the board agrees, maybe. Maybe they
What's
want
the action
the,
item on two signatures here? Is there an
Maybe
action item
they want
or?
the clerk to sign it. Maybe the board wants that.
I don't think I want to wait any. She don't have a good track record, Ron, so what is she gonna say? I'm not gonna sign it, then we have no ambulance service?
We have no lease on the.
There's
motor.
5
Right.
board members. If it requires 2, there's plenty of board members to sign it. I voted no on the agreement.
That doesn't matter. You and I work.
It
for the
matters to
board.
me.
If
It matters to
the-
me.
If the board says to sign an
Action
agreement,
item here for 2 signatures. Are you changing your motion or not?
well, I think the motion has to address 2 signatures.
So what's the rest of the motion?
You're just selling a piece of equipment.
I'll withdraw my second motion.
Then I'll withdraw my second.
The new motion will be, and hopefully the final one. Motion to approve 2 board members to sign the motor vehicle lease between Whitewater Township and
Sign the
Local
motor
Medical
vehicle
Response
lease.
Incorporated.
Between Whitewater Township and
Can you read that back, please?
motion to approve 2 board members to sign the motor vehicle lease between Whitewater Township and Mobile Medical Response.
Incorporated. I think that motion gets it done.
Okay, I'll second.
All right. Motion made and seconded. Further questions? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn?
Yes.
Goss, no. Valmute?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes. It brings us to unfinished business number 4, campground. Beginning on packet page 195. Line item number 1 there, irrigation. Earlier in the year, we decided to move away from a grass parking lot to a gravel one. It reduced our need to provide irrigation water to get the grass to grow so the soil erosion permit could be cleared out, right? It reduced it, but did not eliminate it. Some grass is currently growing, although we've had some nice fall rains. My concern is in the springtime, if we have a dry spring, we may not be able to get water to the grassed area. So what is the board's thought about additional irrigation? Actually, it shouldn't be additional irrigation because there's no irrigation out there at the park right now. Currently, we have a water hose that goes over to the flower bed, which looks beautiful,
And people drive over it.
and people drive over it. So
Well,
there,
that's because you didn't put the, did they put the, things that go over the hose out so people don't drive directly on the hose?
I have no
Oh,
clue.
it is.
The black and yellow things were out.
yeah,
Okay, good.
yeah, it's still,
So
you still drive over it, Cheryl.
Well, I know, but if you don't have those out, then there's holes in the hose. Is there a motion here? What's the action item?
So Heidi, what's your thought on additional irrigation? I've met with Steve Sinston out there, and Don was with me, and Wells is looking at coming out tomorrow morning to see if the project's doable.
What's the cost? I hate to ask. To
Yeah,
water a
we
patch
don't
of
really
grass.
have a good idea on that yet. You know, we're gonna move water 1,000 feet to get irrigation there. So that gives you an idea of how far we're pushing, 1,000 gallons an hour. It's not gonna be cheap.
Okay. It's a small area of grass.
We have about 1/3 of an acre to irrigate, and it's not all in one spot. I would say more than 2/3 of it is in one spot.
Could you use a water bucket? You know what I'm talking about? You
Yep.
fill it up and just put a
Yep.
sprinkler to it and then you refill that.
And fire chief has even offered to have
Really?
the tanker come out and spray it down. I don't know that that's good use of township funds, but I mean, that is an option. If we get,
Well, that's
in a
not
drought
necessarily a bad thing. That's not necessarily a bad thing because they'll go out there and check things and make sure everything's okay when they're there. So it's not really a bad thing.
and then the next item is a water well. We were out there on Friday and currently, if a toilet flushes, the well pump comes on. So we start a 3 horsepower pump every time a toilet gets flushed. So something's wrong with the water well. And is that one of the things that Berg had commented on, Cheryl? Where's the pressure tank? Is it buried?
Is it in the bathroom behind something?
I guess I don't know where it's at.
It's not a very big tank.
Well, for a 3 horsepower pump, I would expect to see probably in the neighborhood of 100-gallon tank.
Might
gotta
be in the
be
attic.
somewhere.
There's pipes in the attic. Might be up there.
Why would you put it in the attic? It
Yeah.
weighs a lot of money. It weighs a lot of weight.
Yeah. Exactly.
Jack Noel built the building? That would be your answer?
The original plans actually show it in the mechanical room. But it's
Jack
not
Noel
there.
built the building.
She's
And
still
can't see
even
a friend of
alive?
yours?
No, he screwed the township big time on that and this building.
Oh, that's nice. to
The
know.
chance it would have buried it.
This happened long before I was with the township. I have no idea.
Okay,
So
so,
I would like to have a secondary well. We've heard from the clerk previously that there were conditions out there at the park that maybe needed some more water. And so I would like to begin looking at the location of another water well west of where the park is at now, north of Park Road.
well, that's fine and good, but in the meantime, can we find out where this tank supposedly is?
Well, I
Somehow?
think that's gonna be the next phase of what I'm gonna recommend to Andrew anyway, is that we get that figured out, because starting a 3 horsepower pump on every toilet flush is,
That's why your electric bill's so high.
it's one reason.
No, the other is non-update, the electric hasn't been updated there either.
And then the next thing I wanna make sure the board's aware of is that we are conducting, or Andrew is conducting some off-season repairs, which will include picnic tables, fences, the other retention pond that has been overgrown next to the playground, trying to control some of the washouts in the road.
And what about that big huge deck? Is he gonna do is he gonna stain that or anything?
Yeah, the overlook deck, yeah,
Yeah.
they're working on the steps
Okay.
and then overlook.
I think those were power washed last week.
Yeah.
and,
They can't stain right now because the
Right.
weather, but
the big item is, what do we do about the ranger station? Who's been on site since the construction?
I
Gerald, have
walked
you
there a
been on
couple
site?
days ago.
I went to the Halloween party.
Okay,
Helped out.
I walked a couple days ago.
so currently the plans spec the ranger station to be in the eastmost portion of the green area that divides, that kind of serves as an island, dividing both the boat wash from the park and the boat ramp.
You want an opinion? Cause I already asked somebody for an opinion that works there.
Well, I don't know that our existing ranger station is gonna function there, because we need access both to the boat wash side as well as the camper side of things. And then I wonder how far west we should actually go with the ranger station.
Well, you have a recommendation from an employee that works there that wants to remain nameless. But you can figure it out. They suggested, I almost said he or she, but they suggested possibly having she called it a guard shack.
Gee,
I'm sorry, whatever. She called it, we discussed this together, because I said, what if we had 2 ranger stations and you had a guard shack that was smaller, you know what I mean? Like when you pull into like an industrial park, and if it's gated, there's a guard there and you normally have to stop and blah, 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 blah. Well, if you had 2 spots, if somebody's completely checked in and all their paperwork's ready to go and you had a slot system, you could just pull it, boom, 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 they're done. They don't even go to the ranger station. They can go back to the ranger station if they need wood, whatever, general groceries or whatever they need. But if you could get them past the guard shack that all their paperwork was complete, you wouldn't need to put your ranger station over there. Because technically 1 or 2 people could work out of this guard shack. They're not expensive.
where do you think this shack would belong?
that's where we came to the dilemma, because do you want it before anything happens? Cause you're gonna have the boat wash over there, you're gonna have to decide where your flow, how your flow is supposed to keep and where you want that stoppage. Is it, I mean, I don't think it's all the way out on Park Road, but is it, somewhere 4 or 5 cars back on Park Road? In the middle of the road or off to one side? I don't know. But I don't think you need that big of a guard shack greeting people. I think you could have a small, but it's up to you. I would sit down with all the employees and ask them what works for them because they work out of it. And that's why I went to get a suggestion about it, because it didn't make any sense to have everybody in one hut.
What's your thought about trying to reuse the current ranger station?
Well, that was our other question. It would be easier to move that building closer to the campground function than the boat launch function. So then we came up with another scenario. Do we move it all the way back? Do you move the guard shack closer to the camp, like by the bathhouse or over off that road somewhere if you have room? And then go with your stand-up guard shack right where everybody comes in and does a turn? I don't know.
Cheryl, what's your thought?
I don't have any thoughts on it.
Okay, Don?
I'm not gonna delve into size, design, location. I think we have, I think it's I think we have a short-term issue and I think we have a long-term issue. I think we have to think about what do we do to prep, and where. So the questions to me are, we currently have a ranger station that we were able to lift up with a massive piece of construction equipment and on forks and move across the road. Question becomes is, do we leave that in place for the spring of 2024 and get an electrical podium put up and get that back functional for the time being? Or do we relocate that shed into that center island area? Knowing full well, it's not an optimal position and it's not an optimal design. It's the stopgap. And then I think we have to go out and potentially commission some engineering services and to start looking at potential areas. I think that there is discussion, the original drawing showed it into into that center island area. I mean, that has some merit. I think that if there's any future campground expansion, it'll go to the west of the existing campsites and north of Park Road. So there's some merit to discussion of moving it further down to the west, because now you have a control point, not unlike your guard shack theory, but now the people are passing before they get to the forks and either split from the campground it takes away from double entries or triple doors, and but everybody is potentially you're on the right side of the road for the incoming traffic, and you have your control point. And especially if you do expand campsites at some point west and north of Park Road, now that ranger station is better positioned to have those people go in that direction. So it's a good logistical, but we all know that there's gradient issues in through there, and that's what I'm saying. I think, and then not to be the rain on everybody's parade, but if you're going to build a bigger ranger station, if that's a thought, there is a cost involved in that, and
Here's a question.
That's got to be addressed as well in terms of funding.
Right. Anybody look at the Eagle Scouts? They love to build things. But I don't know if we have any left up here. I'm just saying that down the road, that could become somebody's project. Maybe the Eagle Scouts, who knows? Maybe a bunch of volunteers, maybe a bunch of campers want to get together and build it. Who knows? I mean, you got a lot of options, but I think if you have a smaller shack and a bigger shack, it might help your traffic pattern better. I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know if the discussion, I think it has to, strategically from 30,000 feet, I think you have to raise the questions, but I think we have an immediate need at this point of what do we do with the existing one, or do we, in the budget process, absorb, 6 months of, we did explore potentially one of those field construction trailers. And I say construction trailers but they're field
Their
sales, they're
office,
field
right,
sales
yeah.
offices.
Their office.
And that, you bring power to, the conduits run into that island area. And you could put a podium there that would then be able to power that unit. And so
You have a temporary.
you have a temporary
figure it out,
situation.
right?
And I want to be honest, it's that potentially that type of move could encompass 2 years. I prepare for the worst on that. But that would then buy some time
It'd buy some time to figure out if you need it
figure out what else,
smaller or bigger.
you want to do. And I think, those sales of those rental units, field units, I think
It's not expensive.
anybody besides myself looked at it. I think they weren't god awful.
No,
you
they're
know.
not, they're not
I
heavy.
think they'd be anywhere from $400 to $600 a month.
Depending on how much space you want,
for-
what you want it to do.
So, but we'd have to have the power hookup, and I think there's some merit to just saying, look, we are not prepared to decide at this moment in time, because I think it's a much bigger strategic question on the size, location, positioning, that maybe the stopgap is to go and rent for 2 years, potentially 2 years, a field sales trailer, and work out of that.
And then what do we do with the current,
You might be able to use it as somewhere else temporarily.
what do we
That-
do with the current ranger station?
Well, that's an interesting question, because if you think about that, you might be able to move that to the other side of the road and basically handling the boat ramp traffic.
That's
in,
it. See, use it
and
as the guard shack.
putting the field office closer over to the camping and separating those two functions.
Because you could always make one self-sufficient. That's the idea of the guard shack, was you could either have, if it's after hours, you have your campers that are already paid and checked in at the guard shack, or you have a self-sufficient, I'm gonna go launch my boat, here's my $5, fill out my envelope, put it in the box. You don't have to man it. It's almost like it's almost like your helper, but you don't have a person in there, because everybody can self-function.
Yeah, well, right now we take pictures of license plates, and is there a law, Cheryl, that you're aware of? Why do
We never took a picture of a license plate ever.
Okay.
Why do we record license plates?
To match. deck
Sometimes you need to
tickets.
track down who somebody's vehicle is, somebody's boat trailer is. Supposed to go on the
It does, because they check
supposed to go
the
on the
CAS numbers against it to make
permit.
sure somebody's not
The
using
seasonal
an
boat
old
passes.
permit. And for seasonal boat passes,
well, no. No, there's,
I
yeah, there's the seasonal boat passes, but when a camper checks in, their vehicles, I don't know if you're using the campground permit form that we developed over many years, but there's
wiped out the
room
computer.
on there for the license plate of the 2 vehicles that are allowed on a site. And also for the boat trailer license plate. But we never took pictures of any of that stuff. We went out and checked the camper in and wrote those things down by visual observance. We have used MC numbers off boats to track down boat owners of boats that got off their moorings. If you don't want to keep that information, don't. You don't have to. There's no state law requiring it that I know of.
It's a checks and balance.
So Don, I heard 2 things from you. And I guess I hadn't looked at it short-term, long-term. And you indicated that maybe we just take what we have and move it to the green space, power it up, and boom. That's what it is. Knowing full well, I believe was your transition, that it's a stopgap measure into the design of something maybe like Heidi's talking, or something larger or different location.
Yeah, yes.
My concern is that the contract, my responsibility for the contract is coming to an end. This is not my responsibility as a supervisor to move that shed. Because on those contract agreements, it said by others. And so,
It's okay, I get it.
I have no authority to move the building at this point.
Or get the electrical hookup.
Or get the electrical hookup, because
Oh,
that too is also by
okay.
others.
Here's another question. Is the shed gonna stay where it's at, or are you moving that too?
Lord, I hope not. Because both of those buildings, while one is newer, they're both ugly compared to the viewscape that the park entrance provides.
I get that.
And so I really hope, I know that's where engineering had it placed, but I really hope
Well,
we can
here's a
overcome that.
okay, here's a suggestion. Make it the woodshed. And then come up with when you rebuild whatever you're gonna call it. Better working conditions for the workers, put their tools where they're at. Just a suggestion. I mean, we do need to do something about the wood to protect it.
Yep.
It's not a bad storage facility, because I'm sure you could put more stuff in there that you don't use all the time. I still like the idea of a small shack and a bigger shack, or move one over, because this way, anybody that's also working on the campground and has to get into the the working facility, whatever you're gonna end up calling it, they've got to interact with people that are working with cars and, in a quick manner and everything, and maybe they're just going in there to get an envelope. But they still have to cross paths, and it's not a very big building. It's not. I mean, it's easily, everybody's rubbing elbows if there's more than two people in there.
Okay, so staying on this ranger station topic, can you give me an idea of where your concerns lie on timeline? Is this something that you, as a board, do you want to have completed in 2023?
That would have to answer that question.
Or is this something that we want to address in early 2024? So everything
you're
stays
still
right
gonna-
where it's at for right now.
Right, but you're still gonna have to address it before then, because you're still gonna have to have something for them to work out of come spring. That's compatible for how.
Well, everything stays right where it's at. My concern is that if we don't do something yet this year, we're not gonna be able to get an electrician lined up. We're not gonna be able to get those infrastructure things
Done to
taken
put
care
the
of
trailer in, I get it.
in
Okay.
early 2024 to facilitate either a rental trailer or this movement. That's my concern. So I really see this as a 2023 project. I think we're gonna be under budget. At least Friday's meeting appeared that we're going to be well within our,
I mean, don't you think we should run the electric now? I mean, but you do have to decide if you're running temporary, are you running it above?
No,
or are you-
no, the conduit's all installed underground. It's all there. So what we would do is just put another camper pedestal. At least that's my vision. Put a camper pedestal wherever that cable pops up. And then
Rent the
this-
building.
this ranger station or trailer would plug in via a standard RV connection.
That would be his decision.
Well,
It's not my decision.
it's not
Well, I know,
anybody's
but
decision, quite
We
frankly.
really, it hasn't been discussed. You almost have to sit down with all your workers and decide what works for them. They're the ones doing the job.
So I agree with you on a certain portion of that, but I disagree that it's the employer's responsibility to get this back in some
In working
usable
manner,
shape.
yes, I
Right.
get that.
And so the contract agreement falls short of doing that. And so I'm just looking for direction on what the board wants. And so am I hearing we do electrical yet this year? And we know full well then that, additional money will have to be spent. Again, I think we'll be flush in our construction budget.
Well, that's good to know. I think you leave it open. In other words, do the electric
Mhm.
and then start pricing your trailers, but you also have to figure out how much space is compatible for your workers. So
I don't think we're addressing that at this time.
you just want to know electric and size,
No,
just electric.
Don kind of alluded to the fact that there's two goals, short and long term. I've not looked at it in that perspective. So you're interviewing the employees, I think belongs in the long-term box.
It does, because they don't know what they're gonna have at the, just like the one person said. Everything changes every day, so how do we know it's gonna where we're gonna be at till we get to the end of the project? I'm like, okay.
That's not how I'm gonna run this project.
No,
I can tell you that.
No, you're taking it out of, you're putting it in a bad context,
I
which
mean-
that was every time she comes to work, it's different. So it's hard to make a decision what would work if everything's different every time she comes to work. Don't take
So-
it out of context.
If I were running this as a private enterprise, and I'm speaking solely from that point of view, I would get the electrical set up in that island. I would call the rental place for the commercial trailers, get a cost estimate for budget purposes for next year.
Okay.
I would ask them what are the hookup and what is the electrical amps and volts that you need to make sure that we have enough at that pedestal. And I would be heavily leaning to committing in the budget process to put forth the funds for a 6-month field trailer sales rental to put out in that island area. And if that became a problem, then the fallback plan would be B, to then try to relift that shed, the current ranger station, if it can handle it, and plop that down out there as the fallback. And if we end up with the rental trailer, then the current ranger station gets raised and disposed of. And,
I kind of like her idea of a woodshed.
oh, yeah,
That'd make a
So-
cute little woodshed.
sure.
I'm
So-
trying to look at,
So
use what you got.
But my
Yeah.
preference would be to,
Okay.
and I think that is. I think that we just know that and build that into the expenses for 2024.
Cheryl?
But I think we do the electrical this year.
We don't have an action item here, so, there's, all right, do you have a motion?
Do you have thoughts? Yes, sir.
No.
Okay.
Just that we should be having a motion on this, and it doesn't appear that this is ready for prime time at all.
And boat wash station, so we'll begin this, discharge permit in earnest. And hopefully we can have it ready for early 2024. Hopefully the discharge permit will come through for early 2024 usage. So that's all I have. Do you have anything from operations side, Don?
No, no, we've got a list of items that they're working on out there.
And we passed our water test, right?
Mhm.
Okay, good.
Okay. Unfinished business number 5. Here's the motion on this particular item.
I'll make a motion to approve budget amendments to the 101-400-703 and 101-400-804 line items as outlined by the clerk.
So
I'll
that-
second.
That's actually going to be back up here under budget amendments.
Is that as it reads here, Cheryl, on this page that you sent out?
Yes.
Okay, that's page 2, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Motion made and seconded, is that right?
Who
I'll
seconded
second it. I'll second it.
Heidi already seconded it.
And just to be clear, this is the memo that you revised and sent out on 9/26, Cheryl?
I sent it out on the date that it's dated. I don't have it right in front of me here. I believe it was the 26th.
And so does this item then supersede everything that Rachel had provided?
I think it's
Well,
almost.
Rachel provided a lot of documentation of expenditures and whatnot. I took that information and I wrote it up a slightly different way. If you want to use her motion. But then I would suggest that the amount in her motion for 703 be $4,880
Yeah, because
instead of the 4385 because
Your numbers are updated?
as of 9/26.
Yeah, right.
They're updated as indicated in the document. So I believe at the beginning, I indicate what pay period, ending pay period, the numbers are through, so the detail is in the document.
So I have several questions on what was submitted by the planning commission.
Okay.
And so that's gonna begin on packet page 197. And at the middle of that page, it indicates that 703 wages increased to $7,000 to cover additional cost of meetings, recording secretary, and trustee. Heidi, does your wage come out of 703 or do you belong to 702?
I would have to ask Cheryl that question.
702.
I believe you're in 702. So it is 703 does not cover recording secretary and trustee, just the recording secretary. So not seeing any math there. I have questions on that. My next question falls on packet page 198. Column MP. I assume that means master plan.
Mm-hmm.
ROS committee, no salaries,
They don't take any pay.
but don't they have a recording secretary?
They do.
So
That
That's
those
included above.
meetings are included in the calculations.
of
For
17.
the ROS committee recording secretary, yes, the 17 meetings.
Okay,
Yes, those are included because the board has already approved that all the, as well, I had it in my document. It has already approved, wages for a recording secretary for all planning commission and subcommittee meetings for this fiscal year.
so then we don't need to change 703. Do you need to conduct some election business?
I don't, what,
No, but all I need to talk to the board after this, real quick is speed limits. that we
Oh.
talked about.
we're gonna be a long while here. We have quite an agenda, so I don't know if you wanna stay till the second public comment or not, but.
Well, I don't know if I can just throw this in and then get out of here.
I'll
You
read
could
the public
provide any
comment.
type of written comment you would like, and if you ask the board to read it at public comment, I think we would be happy to do that. At least we have for other people.
Well, I can write it up, but they're pulling all your 25-mile-an-hour speed limits here.
Yep.
And all they need to do is have you guys send a letter, a request for a speed study. And then it'll take it from there.
And that's to the road commission?
Yep.
Oh, they don't answer. Okay.
Yeah, they do. He's gonna email me about it also.
Okay.
I'll leave my little note.
Okay.
The last time they looked at the signs that are not legal was in 2021, and they looked at them.
Different politics today, Jim.
No, that comes back from 1948. I did some research. Okay.
So, I think we were at 17 meetings, so the ROS meetings do or are covered under the 17 meetings, okay?
For the recording
Or
secretary.
the recording secretary. only.
You said the board had already approved those wages, so we
No,
don't.
no.
need-
The motion is in my memo.
I see.
What the memo, what the memo,
Do you want me to read the motion?
please.
Motion to approve budget amendments in the 101-400-703 and 101-400-804 line items as outlined by the clerk.
I'm sorry, Heidi, I meant the motion that I put in my memo from May of this year. But I'll look it up.
From May. Oh, okay. Hey, let's go there now.
I guess I can't answer that question until I see what the minutes said.
Why are we going back to May?
Why we went back to May is in case the board had any question whether they approved the subcommittees to have, or even the planning commission to have a recording secretary. And they did.
I didn't realize that was a question here, I'm sorry.
Yes, okay. Well, it was to authorize recording secretary wages and Zoom facilitator wages at all PC regular and subcommittee meetings. But it was not. We had a couple that were in March, okay? And we needed to make sure that Lois got paid for those. So this is the motion that the planning commission brought back in May.
But that's not the motion in front of the board today.
No, I just
I
read the
realize that.
motion in front of the board today.
Right.
Heidi, would you repeat what you just said?
Okay. So you know, since this budget amendment will not fall under the consent calendar, appropriate motion will be made. Motion to approve budget amendments in the 101-400-703 and 101-400-804 line items as outlined by the clerk.
Yes, that's the motion that's on the table right now.
So I had a couple of other questions. Again, this is in what Rachel had submitted, and it's on packet page 199. Line item 902 printing. Some workshop signs.
Which we reused.
Well, the reason I'm asking, because in this bills for payable, we paid Randy Melnick to do this under his expenses. So
Okay, do you realize that the signs are reusable? So,
you're missing the point.
okay,
You're missing the point.
okay.
Well, if we put the money in 902, then we shouldn't be paying Randy Melnick as an expense.
Well, when he went and picked them up, did he pay the bill to pick them up?
He
from
did.
Yeah,
Staples?
that's
We
what
simply
it looked like.
reimbursed him
Yeah.
for the signs.
Yeah.
And under 902,
Okay,
not under professional services, because that was totally separate from his professional services.
so you're saying it was a flow through, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it's in your rev expense report.
Because what we did was we reused the old signs and we just had a piece of bumper sticker made to put over it. Because we wanted people to get used to seeing the same sign with a different date.
Yeah, but why wouldn't that have expense been on a PO, sales tax free, and charged off?
Maybe we
the
don't, do we have an
902?
account with Staples? I don't know.
Oh, I didn't look at that.
No,
Well, because I didn't know about it.
Hold
before
on,
it
she's
was-
telling you how she paid it. Listen up.
Well, a PO wasn't requested, so, but the expenditure was made and it was for signs, it was in their budget. And so we reimbursed the planner for that. Now, that's why I don't like people going out and using their own money, because then they get charged sales tax. And also, when we want to look up what account that expenditure's under, we aren't looking for a sign company. We can't find it under a sign company because we reimbursed a
Private
person. And that's why I do not like people doing that.
Did you address this with him or no?
I didn't know anything about it till I got the request
All
for
right, that's
reimbursement,
okay. I'll
Heidi.
address
So,
it. I'll address it.
yeah, I mean, people
How
shouldn't
much
be
was it?
doing
How
that.
much was it?
It was $360 dollars for the signs, and 22 of that was tax, because
And you
I was
know
gonna talk
what?
about that.
Sometimes the township has to pay a little tax. So, it does get paid from time to time. We try not to. For the most part, we don't pay any, but once in a while we do.
All right.
It's
I'll make
pretty
sure
inconsequential
that
what we
They
actually
follow the
pay.
process. So he would need a PO and he would need a tax ID number, correct?
That's already on file, I think.
It's already on
Staples.
file with Staples.
Maybe he can get a credit on your sales tax.
Did we, so did we pay for the sales tax on that?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so that's a flow through.
He's paid it. What you have to understand, he's paid it. We don't have the opportunity, like I cross off tax on invoices I get and issue POs with no, without the tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you put your tax
He had
ID
already
number
paid
on
it. We
Right,
have
I
to
get
reimburse him for what he's
Yeah,
paid.
you didn't know he was doing the signs. or
No, I
for
didn't.
Staples or paying the sales. tax.
No, I
That-
didn't.
Yeah, that came in after the fact.
And that happens from time to time. It's,
So my next question then is on page 200. It's at the very top. Master plan fiscal year 23-24, cost not to exceed 49,600 and some change. To be completed by 3/31.
draft.
But right above that, there's a notation that this number doesn't include the 702 and 703 line items. So on packet page 199, overall fiscal year 23-24 PC budget, not including 702, 703, 15, 16. Is more than,
That's talking about the whole PC budget.
Yep, that's the whole budget.
okay. There's just a lot of different numbers floating around here. So are we to expect the total cost of 49.6?
What it says.
And then we don't know how many charrettes we're gonna have yet? 2, 3, or 4?
Okay, that depends on how much we get done in the process.
Well, I understand.
Right now, the planning commission has to follow the Leah contract.
Yep,
So right
which is for
now,
2.
whatever that contract says, that's all they're authorized to do.
Here.
And so then I think my last comment happens on page 202. It's in the written paragraph that begins the page. You'll probably be able to note 3/31/24 as a date. We hope to be ahead of schedule, thus additional expenses may be required.
Okay,
Well, they're 25,000, there's a cushion there of 3,000 some dollars, so hopefully they won't be going over that. They won't have any authority to go over that unless they bring it back to the board.
Isn't this a description of your open tap?
oh no, not again.
Well,
I'm done.
Okay.
Figure it out and tell me why you think this is an open tap. We've told you where we're going, how we're getting there, and what we're doing. Help me here.
Just for the record, it was not me who said that, but somebody talked about it being an open bank checkbook, so, but that was not me, but I agree with,
sorry.
I agree with
I'm
the
sorry.
principle.
And I don't agree with that.
I don't
The,
agree
the
with it
budget
either.
that was drawn up in March, did not, I don't think there was a lot of, input or any input, sought from the planning commission chairperson. And, the budget is deficient. And, so the board has already signed all these contracts. So that amount needs to be funded to cover the contracts that have already been approved by the board. And this is their projection of the number of meetings they're going to need. That's the information we have today. Who knows what's gonna happen in the future? They may not have any other costs. We can't sit here today and say, oh, well, maybe they're going to. If they do, they do. You deal with it. It's like anything else. The question today on the table is whether these budget amendments are going to be voted on and approved.
So I have
The
one.
contract amounts are going to be spent. The wages are going to be spent. They have forecasted those amount of meetings. If they have all those meetings, those wages are going to be spent.
And I would just like to thank Rachel for buying everybody pizza and not expensing it. And Heidi for buying the cookies and water and not expensing it. So I'm having a problem with you attacking this as an open, saying we have an open checkbook, because we don't even think of it that way. We think of it as we're spending the taxpayers' money. We have to be frugal and we have to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck.
And far, far, far beyond that, many planning commission members are spending gross amounts of hours outside of meetings to pull these things together.
Mhm.
And Rachel must have spent a lot of time. I know how much time I spent on my 2-page document, and I don't remember how many pages hers is, but she put a lot of time into that. This is far and above typically what department heads are asked to do. They are not even being compensated for all the work that they're doing. And kudos to the planning commission for diving into something that has not been done properly in this township for quite a few years. The last one was not done properly, the last master plan. And so kudos to them for all the work that they're putting into this uncompensated. If they were paying, we were paying them what they're worth,
You'd be in trouble. 'cause
they'd
half
be
of
asking
us
for a lot more
are
money.
doing a lot more work than we should be doing. And we're doing it all on our own individually.
So what's the motion on the table? Are there other questions, comments?
Did I get a second? I must have, because we're discussing.
I made the motion, you seconded it.
So far, about the only thing I've heard that I have any 100% agreement with is that we did do those contracts with Leah and Northwest and
North Place Planning.
North Place Planning. Thank you. I'm sorry. And
It's
frankly,
in the minutes.
any comments that I would make further than that would probably be portrayed negatively. So I'm going to stop right there.
Can you read the motion back, please, Cheryl?
To approve budget amendments in the 101, 400, 703, and 101, 400, 804 line items as outlined by the clerk.
And to be specific, that is 4880 going to 703. An additional 489 going to 715. An additional 117 going to 716. This money is coming out of capital expenditures.
And 25,000 to
I haven't
804.
finished reading yet, Cheryl.
Oh, okay.
Then professional services, we're adding an additional $25,000, which covers what the board agreed to in May. Additional planning services and zoning services, 23 and 9. Rings a bell with me.
Well, that was originally approved in the budget. Then we approved network planning and the Leah.
Yeah, we had to change the lead
Oh, yeah.
because
So
of the
that was,
contract.
that
yes.
ended up being roughly 21 or 22,000 above the
Yeah.
the 32 that was originally.
Thanks for that correction. Yep.
We obviously signed and committed to.
Yep. Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes,
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong, I think that took care of unfinished business number 5, PC submittal. Parts A through C. A through D, excuse me.
Yeah, I think A through D. think we're on to.
Item number 6.
What page is that on?
That is starting on 224, Cheryl.
Oh, next agenda item. We're done with the planning commission.
There's not, we covered all that ABCD, don't you agree?
Well, I don't, I don't know what ABCD is. I took the motions out of here and those are the only, that was Rachel's motion was similar to my motion. As far as an action item, there was only one action item.
Anybody have changes or amendments to the list provided for the proposed .gov email list?
I have one, which would go under, on page 225, the last box, the bottom row, we're missing the camping at whitewatertownship.org, which would then change to camping at whitewatertownship.gov. It should be labeled as a ranger station.
So camping at
whitewatertownship.org. Then change it to gov.gov.
Whitewater Township MI.gov.
Oh, yes, thank you, Cheryl.
Okay,
And then labeling, I had ranger station. You know, for the office or the position where.
okay.
That was the only one that I saw, Ron. Oh, wait, there was I do, above that box, the one we were just discussing on page 225. In both boxes, the far left and the middle box, the captain at the water's not spelled. It's R-A-W-A, the water spelled W-T-R-T in the center.
Oh, I see.
They didn't use spell check.
Oh. Now that is all I saw.
So what is the board's recommendations for those items that are non-active? That I have listed as current emails, non-active. So this will begin on 226.
Well, first of all, I don't see any for the planning commission.
Yeah, they're up there. On the top.
Where? What page are they on? Not on 226.
It's not on 225.
Maybe I didn't print page 3.
That's what I'm thinking.
Looks like it.
226. You have page 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. old info.
Yep, so looks like I need to add planning commission. But it still begs the question, I mean, the same question applies to planning commission. Some members don't have an email address.
All members of the planning commission have an email address.
What's Mike's?
PC, I can't remember, PC3.
He
we
does
use it.
come up as one because she can print 'em for him.
Okay,
Mike Jacobson, they all have email addresses. Some of them have the township assigned email addresses and some of them have chosen to use
Their own.
different ones.
let's take a look at Prac, for example. I mean, is there a reason to have?
Do we pay per email address or something?
Yeah, oh,
Is
yeah.
that why we're
Yeah, it's
doing
$5 per month per
this?
email
Okay,
address.
Okay, then that's a problem.
Yeah. So what I've proposed for Prac is one email address, prac@whitewatertownshipmi.gov. And it gets redirected to all members and board liaison. So if they're like Melissa is using a Gmail account, so it would get redirected to that Gmail account. If
And then she disperses it?
no, it gets done by the prac@whitewatertownshipmi.gov email address.
Who's monitoring that?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, 'cause somebody's got to see if it goes to the, junk
Because-
mail
Somebody
and
has to
stuff.
be.
Somebody has to.
Because redirect means that it redirects the mail to the individual members. So no monitoring is required.
Sounds like a horrible idea. Also, PrAC member 01, I mean, you could just have it PrAC 01, PrAC 02, just like we have PC 01, 02. I don't see why you would have the word member in there. Some of them have offices. But I realize you're not gonna put the offices in there necessarily. But it just seems like, I mean, PrAC member 01 at whitewatertownshipmi.gov, very unwieldy email address. They gotta tell somebody. To me, they would all have be assigned their email addresses, whether they use them or not. You know, we've said that when we created all of the PC email addresses, we gave the PC the option not to use them if they didn't want to, and some don't. Some do.
So that begs the question then, if we reserve the email at $5 a month. If I remember correctly, charter in those days, if we went over X number of email boxes, then we had an extra fee. And I think we agreed to pay that as a board, and we got like 10 or 12 more email boxes. Here, we pay by the month. And so if we set them aside and they don't use them, do we make it mandatory that they use these email addresses?
Well, that is a strategic question. I mean, we've all heard, I mean, in the short time I've been here on the board, you know, there's been lots of differing opinions on the duplicity, multiple extensions out there, Gmail and Yahoo and AOL and saying, okay, is the township going to mandate that if you're PrAC, whether the string is PrAC member 1 or PrAC 01, I happen to think that I happen to agree with you on that, Cheryl, that shortening that up is much easier. But that becomes it. I mean, so that we're all operating within that bubble. all on the Michigan, on the .gov extension. And that if a member changes or for whatever, he comes on, leaves, whatever, the historical perspective of those emails is still existing within that body of that account. And so when you talk about transition of knowledge, if there's, PrAC member one, whatever correspondence they have, PrAC member one changes January 1st, 2024, the continuity of that email and PrAC number one and any activity that's associated with that in terms of archive files is going to be there as potentially a base of knowledge for the replacing PrAC 01 member, that there might be things in there that would benefit them in reference material. But somebody at a Gmail or whatever's taking that with them, and at that point, I am in favor of, if we're going through all this trouble to change it .gov, I'm in favor of bringing everybody within the middle column.
So am I hearing you right, that if you apply to be appointed and you're approved, this is gonna be your email address?
Yes.
Cheryl, thoughts?
Well, and to Don's point, email is permanent. This township doesn't have a policy, a retention policy, for email. And when you don't have a retention policy, this is right from the state, records retention specialists. When you don't have a retention policy for a particular document, it's permanent. So no one should be deleting email. And I agree with Don that when a new person comes in and takes over PrAC 03, they get that email address, they get, NetLink sets them up with that email address, and they start new password, they start signing into it, and they've got all that prior base of knowledge. So
Okay. Heidi?
also, I don't know why the board liaisons would want to have two email addresses. If something's got a redirect, which I don't think we should be doing that, I think this should be going directly to people. But I don't know why the board liaisons would want to have, for instance, trustee 02 and PrAC 0 something. That sounds like complete
No,
chaos.
it doesn't work. The
No.
way that works to me is the redirect goes to trustee 02.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, if
Well, but
if
that's
somebody,
not what's proposed in here.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It says redirect all members and board liaison, but then you've got, okay, well, you don't show it then. in
Cheryl,
there. Okay.
understand that if the board chose to go with PrAC at Whitewater Township MI.gov as a single email address, then that email address would be redirected to all members, i.e. Gmail, Yahoo, whatever, right? And the board liaison,
Yeah, and I,
trustee 01,
Yeah, I
trustee
was-
02.
okay,
yeah, I'm not,
I understand that now. It seems like it should have been listed on there, to be clear. But first of all, I disagree 1000% with this generic thing that has to redirect. You give people their own email address and you don't have any, because something could go wrong in this redirect or whatever, and then people don't have things in their email. People need to be assigned a new email, and that's the email that they use. And also, from having dealt with many other, and you probably have too, municipalities that have gone to the .gov email address, when they get when they send to another address, it's all, it shows external, and you've got the message that this might be spam or whatever. We don't want to be getting all those messages between in intra office email, that this is an external address, and
What
I
does
don't
that
want to
have
see all
do
that in my
with
email.
this?
Because when you're on .gov, anything that is not within the .gov system, their own .gov system, is considered to be external. I get all that all the time, and things from Bonnie and other township clerks and stuff like that, that have gone, like Blair Township has gone to .gov.
You're talking about that little tan bar that comes across at the back, bottom. of the
Whatever,
page.
it's in the subject line or something. I just think everybody needs, and if they don't want to use email, they don't have to use email. But they should all have an email address, and quite frankly, they can, I'm sure, have, they can contact NetLink and have their .gov address email forwarded to their Gmail if they want to. A lot of us have forwarded email. So, I presume you can do that with .gov. So we can access it out of the office. I don't know, are we gonna be able to log into this .gov when we're not here on our computers? Where would we log into that? People do not sometimes need to
What is
access
he
their
talking
email when
about?
they're out of the office. I'm not sure how this .gov will work. If I'm not at my computer, can I access my .gov email?
I think I know how this works. What she just said, now she has completely confused me.
Well,
It's just
those of
gonna work
us
the
who
same way.
use the official township email addresses, Heidi, have our email forwarded to a Gmail or whatever address.
I understand the
So
process,
that we can
Cheryl.
get it when we're out of the office.
Right, I understand that, because
Mhm.
I get spam on your emails all the time. So I get it.
I just log into Spectrum and,
I just log in and it comes up, right?
yeah, wherever I'm at, I could be in Ohio, and I log into Spectrum and it just
The
comes right up.
reason we had them forwarded to Gmail is because Spectrum was really shaky service.
Yeah.
And we would lose it quite often.
Right.
And I have a feeling that's why they are no longer in the email business.
Probably right.
And so that's how come we originally had them bounced to our Gmail or Yahoo's or whatever, was for redundancy. So we weren't blacked out, but yes, and yes, Cheryl, you log into the server farm.
The
and
same way.
Your email is not the same way. It'll be different.
You gotta have
Yeah,
to change account.
I don't
Yeah.
do that. I go through my Gmail. If I need to access it when I'm out of the office. I don't log on to the server. Yes, I know that you can do that, but I don't do that. Because typically that email doesn't then show up in your Outlook. So, I want to keep all my email coming through Outlook.
So why don't you just log into the exchange site?
Because all my email is in Outlook,
That is.
and that's where I
what
want
Outlook
it.
Is that Cheryl? Is in exchange.
And
I'm sorry.
no, the
maybe-
exchange is a different thing. So we have Outlook, we use Outlook in here. We're gonna continue to use Outlook. So what's the action item here?
So far, I'm going to add planning commission and remove the word member.
And you're gonna fix the water, the white water with the water.
And
Add the camping.
yeah, add camping. Actually, I got ranger station, is that?
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Camping.
yeah.
Mhm. Elite member. And we are not going to use the group specific email. And the impetus behind that is, and this has come from several other townships, that they were having issues with these ancillary boards, specifically Board of Appeals, that if the email address, somebody could lobby a single member.
Yeah.
And so they implemented the group text that gets forwarded to everybody. including, the board rep, the ZBA, the whole bit. Matter of fact, most have now eliminated ZBA emails. I shouldn't say most. Some have eliminated ZBA emails and just sent everything directly to the zoning administrator, who then manually redirects it to the ZBA members. And so that's the,
dangerous.
well, that's the reason to set aside a generic, not member specific. Now, the ZBA members still have 01, 05, whatever. And that's what the zoning administrator redirects them to. I'm just saying, we do that automatically. And everybody gets the email. So if somebody wants to send a ZBA comment or a comment to the PrAC about a project, all the members get it.
Or citizen comments to the board, or Chris Patterson needs to send it to everybody here. I can make a case for it. I can see how it could potentially be abused. However, I think that there are benefits to make sure that distribution for universal items, nobody gets missed.
I'm not sure what you said there.
I'm
Is
saying
that
if I
a
need,
positive or
that's a
negative?
positive, that's a
Positive.
positive, that
Okay.
nobody gets missed. Because you're sending it to, board of review of Whitewater Township, Michigan.gov, and it's redirecting, everybody's getting that. No, you didn't miss two, you didn't have to put in all
Hit
those
12
individual
or
addresses.
accidentally hit 2 or.
Well, but
Yeah.
that is, okay, so if I have to ask a question, a personnel question of a planning commission, PrAC, ZBA, board of review member, I just want that person to get it,
You can do-
not all.
Yeah, you can do that.
but I'm just saying
Something if you wanted everybody to get it and
You
didn't-
only got to.
Okay.
One.
Yeah, I already have groups for them all, so I don't, I have groups set up for everything, township board, PC, PrAC, ZBA,
mean,
board of review, so I don't type all those addresses.
That's exactly the compatible to it.
That's right.
This
Right,
universal address is a group,
yeah,
And
so.
let's look at it through the lens, to use your term, Don, as this is what would go on the website. Okay, so somebody calls up and says, I want to get a hold of the ZBA or the PrAC. Well, this is how you do it. ZBA at Whitewater Township MI.gov. Cheryl wants to ask somebody about a particular document that she has questions on, then she can email ZBA 03
For that.
for that question.
Yeah.
And then the email goes to that person.
Right,
Right? Yeah. Okay.
like I said, it's just tantamount to groups. That top line is a tantamount to making a group.
Like a pyramid, boom, boom, boom.
And
boom.
is that worth $5 a month for
and see,
PrAC?
I'm gonna make my own groups, because for instance, when I
This
send
isn't
out
about
notices,
This is about on the website and what's posted, Cheryl.
I get that. I totally am following the conversation here. I'm just telling you that, for instance, my groups for notices and stuff like that, for like the planning commission, also includes the zoning administrator and the recording secretary and the planner. So I'm not gonna use these, the public might want these group things, or some of you might, but when I'm sending out a notice, I need to send it to more than just the group. So, the basic group. So I'm not, if you wanna get them for $5 a month, get them, go ahead and get them. I know I won't be using the group ones, but others might. So maybe that's worth $5 a month.
If we didn't, would we put the ZBA addresses on the website, Cheryl? The individual members?
I would.
They're not there now.
Right.
If they've got a town, that's because they don't have township email addresses.
No,
So-
because I went through this with the Board of Review. We asked whether or not we could share their private emails on the agenda. And they said yes. And so that's what's posted.
Okay, well, that's what's posted. I think people have the right to either
But
have their
CBA
private
There's-
not
it's
on
a
there or on there.
CBA, it's a guesswork.
Well, you know, we just recently had some correspondence that has been called into question, sent to ZBA members. And so, you know,
Somehow that person got their email addresses.
well, I didn't know it was email.
It was email.
Oh, I thought it was all US mail.
I think it went to
No.
both.
So. Any other?
And then you've got people like Skip Lake who aren't ever going to use email. He doesn't use email, period. And he's,
Neither does Mike.
and he's 80 years old and he's not gonna start using email now. So that's not an effective way to communicate with him. And this is in every township.
So far, my marching orders are to add camping. Ranger station. Spelling on the captain line. Add planning commission. And delete the word member.
And the planning commission, I'd redirect towards the board liaison and the ZA.
So they would have a PC at Whitewater Township mi.gov. No,
If we're and I don't know if it has, if we're not keeping the group email, you know, you'd have a PC at Whitewater Township, Michigan.gov, which would then be a redirect to all the board members, the board liaison, and also the ZA is what I'm suggesting. That group would redirect to those. Good. If we're going to do that top line redirect email address. And like I said, I can make a case for it and against it. I think it,
Is it more secure?
the only thing I don't know that it's more secure. I think anything there is going to guarantee distribution. Nobody's going to be missed. And I guess that's the question is.
That's the biggest problem we have because when
If
people
they
leave,
use email.
Yeah,
right.
and so, but it also goes back, if Skip doesn't use email, it still is gonna go in there and it's gonna be sequestered in the inbox. And again, we go back to what we talked about. If somebody then takes over ZBA number 3, which is Skip's, and he's never using it, there is a buildup of data in there from a historical perspective. for
Sure.
the new
And at
person.
least they have
So there's still-
something, not
so there
nothing.
still is some benefit to that. Now, if I was taking over, ZBA 03, I'm gonna probably open that up and see, hundreds, if not, thousands, depending on the time. But
Lots of
it is-
unread email.
it can be an inundation but it can be benefit to transfer of information. So,
That's true.
that's one of the biggest aspects about the redirected email that I like, is that it does build some database, whether they're using that or not. It's going to go in there.
And at least somebody taking over, if the person didn't care to use email, they have something, not nothing. It's easy to go backwards.
So we're leaving the group emails.
No,
Correct?
I don't know that I don't think we've raised that question yet. I think we're talking about the benefits or distractions from it.
Correct. And the cost
I mean,
is
if
$5
we're-
per
if it's at a
email, right?
point, I mean,
It's $5 per email, right?
if we're at a consensus point, I would be saying keep it at this point. I haven't heard enough negatives not to keep it. But I do agree with you that you may still end up doing your groupings.
No, I won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that won't be adequate for me. To send everything with typing in one address, one group name.
And again, the group email address is what's publicized, right? So just imagine that, you're PrAC member 5. And so I sent a group email. All the PrAC members got it. You responded saying, no, I don't like that idea, and these are the reasons why I would not vote for something like that. You're gonna respond using PrAC 05.
You're
So-
not gonna hit reply all.
Something that, now that brings up an interesting point, because that is going to encourage violations of the Open Meetings Act. When people start responding, and something has gone out to a group and they start responding, there could be violations of the Open Meeting Act. I think that's dangerous to be doing that.
So if it's forwarded or bounced to you, it won't rebounce to everyone that it was
everybody
bounced to. It doesn't do that.
You won't be given the option.
Well,
to
but
hit
the-
reply all?
Reply all won't go anywhere. You
You
will-
can't,
Oh, 'cause
you
it's
can't
individually sent.
re-inject
Okay,
into,
I get
into
it.
the group.
I get it.
Because your email came from,
I get it.
Sam
Yeah.
Citizen.
I get it.
So that's the person you're responding to is Sam Citizen.
And if they all respond, or if a quorum of them respond, you're now looking at an Open Meetings Act violation. They're
Yeah.
talking about something outside of a properly noticed meeting.
And so you have that danger with, if it was gmail.com,
Yep.
you have no idea what the 6 board members or 5 board members have discussed over email with an individual. You have no
And that's-
control over that.
Right. But if it's a quorum of the board that's discussing something with an individual, then that
But when
looks
they-
like an Open Meetings
Yeah,
Act violation.
looks like-
Tell me how that can't happen now.
Oh, it can.
Okay,
It can happen now. I'm
do you
just
think
saying
it
this
does happen
seems
now?
that, I don't know if it happens now. I don't engage in it. I
You
don't know what
respond
other
to
people do.
anybody's emails?
Most emails don't require a response.
That would
Okay.
make a lot of sense for me.
Most emails were just sending information back and forth to be used at a later time, and we're not gonna discuss it in email.
Now,
So there's no response required.
but
Can we
yours,
move on from
you're-
this? We've been on this now over a half an hour and we've got lots of agenda items left to go. We started this at 11:43 and it's now 12:16.
well, you
Are we
can
gonna
bring up
take some
these
action?
Scenarios.
Okay,
Cheryl,
well, I'm done bringing
and
up scenarios.
as you change.
Let's move on.
Change your idea as you gather understanding.
No, well, personally, I wouldn't get the group email addresses. If y'all want to vote to get the group email addresses, then let's vote and let's do it. Let's move on to the next thing. Right now, this is just a bunch of circular discussion, wasting all of our time.
In the microphone, please.
Call the vote.
There is no motion.
There's no motion on the table.
Okay,
No
then-
All we're
motion
doing
is
is
filed.
looking at the list and,
If we're just looking at the list and making his cheat sheet for him, let's keep going.
So, yeah, I'll go ahead. Do you want to see this list again?
I do.
Do you want to calculate the price? So if we want to see the list again,
Well,
and then I'll get a price associated with
I
it.
think we need to have all the email addresses given to us, and so we're prepared to have them, and what is the price? Because apparently this is gonna require, I don't know if another PO is gonna be required for this. A monthly recurring expense, is this covered in what we've budgeted so far? I don't know.
No, definitely not, because,
Well, then we're gonna have to go there with a budget amendment at least.
Do you foresee this as a large expense or small? Because,
well, how many we got there? 25?
well, you don't have the PC on there, so
So add
7.
2,000 a year.
6,
is there an even number of people on the PC?
the board liaison doesn't need a new address, correct? There's 6 people plus the board liaison. So you have
Gotcha.
6 PC addresses.
No, they got 7 on here. No, that's PrAC. Does PrAC have 7 members? You do with 2
5 members and
alternates,
2 alts.
right? There's 2 alternates on every other one.
Alternates
Um,
for the ZBA, they're required to step in potentially at a
and I think,
moment's notice.
yeah, if you have an alt, then that is their designation.
Okay,
And so I think you have to leave them.
same with Board of Review.
Mhm.
Any alternates should be getting all the information that everybody else is getting because they may have to vote on something.
Agreed.
Okay, so I will bring this back with a cost estimate
And one last pass on the addresses.
and one last pass on the addresses. Yeah.
Okay.
This time I'll try and print them all.
That's okay.
Need bigger paper.
You
That was
saved
a
a
challenge.
page. You saved a page.
Next item is unfinished business number 7. Proposed no parking signs. Motion to approve the Grand Traverse County Road Commission to supply and install 10 R7-22 signs with the black P and the red crossed out circle at the top, with additional wording of Whitewater Township Ordinance 63 in accordance with Wayne Schoonover's email dated August 17th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $1,500.
Yes, I'll second it.
Motion made, and seconded, further discussion.
And this is not dealing with the person that resigned, correct?
Brad?
Brad resigned
Brad resigned.
on Thursday.
So I have severe questions on this amount, quite frankly.
Well, okay, I do too, because how much did we pay for our little "we close the park" signs? They
Well,
were even cheaper than that.
all I'm saying is that we had paid for a DOT approved sign to be installed somewhere on Supply Road. It was for MMR, and I think it was a road name for maybe I can't think of the name of the road that we labeled, but at any rate, it was a road name sign
Mhm.
like this with 2 legs on it. And just that sign with its installation was $400.
Well, here's
Now we
my,
got 10 of them for 1,500.
well, because they might already be in stock. It's not a custom order sign.
It is a custom order.
Money discount.
Well, there you go. Custom order and road commission wages. So I don't find it. I mean, this is the price. You want to pay it or not?
Yeah, but I'm
We already
just-
have a resolution. These signs should have been in this year. We had complaints over 4th of July.
10
Um,
signs.
I thought the price was pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The price, I think,
Well, that's because I think they already have signs.
actually, the price is lower than the 1,500. You've added some to it. It's 1,300 or, yeah, 1,300 and something per his memo. Per his email.
Like 1350 or something.
1336.
roll
So
call and ready.
may not be this amount.
I'm surprised.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Bennett is absent. Goss, yes. Valiant.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just letting you know, I'm taking my lunch break.
And I didn't get an answer to my question. I want to make sure we're
Would
dealing
it
with somebody
be-
that still works at the road commission.
Would you be agreeable just holding one moment just so we can select the date for the fire engine meeting? Which is new business 1.
Why does it matter? You can go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do
do
that.
I need a
Just wanted to
purchase
get your input
order
on available
for
dates, that's all.
those signs?
Excuse me?
Do I need a purchase order for those signs?
Well, I think the policy says any purchase order for goods or services.
So you'll generate a purchase order not to exceed $1,500, Cheryl?
Yep.
Okay,
Okay, one more business item.
Thank you. So. calendar up here.
We know when the chief's available?
I wrote this document with his,
Mind?
yeah, so he originally had the week before on his agenda, but something came up and he needed to deal the week of 10/23. So he is expecting that date.
That week I can only do the latter part Wednesday, Thursday or Friday that week, 25, 26, and 27.
I'm not available the 27th. I'm sorry, Don.
You need 25, 26 that week, or I'm pretty wide open the following week. Week of the 30th, so.
I'm open on 26.
26 works for me, Cheryl.
Yeah, I'm open that day.
There you go.
10/26, what time?
9 AM.
So just an update. On financing. There is a Cherryland grant that may be available to us. We cannot sign an agreement for this engine until we make the application out. Both Chief and I are still trying to evaluate whether or not it's in our best interest. I think it is. It's a 0% loan. And they'll finance potentially the whole amount
Well, that's a good thing with no interest.
with no interest.
And who's footing this?
So it's a program that Cherryland belongs to. It's a federal program. Cherryland has about $100,000 left that they can allocate. And it's a much more streamlined process. But if we wanted to finance the whole amount, it would require a new application directly to the feds that they would help us walk through and would be our co-signer, if you will, on the loan or on the grant
On a grant.
application, excuse me. Yeah, so this actually came from a citizen. This opportunity came from a citizen. And so I think Chief's waiting on me to get him some final numbers of how much we think we're gonna need to finance the engine for.
Do you go ahead and finance the whole thing because it's interest free?
That was my recommendation.
Free money. It's like getting free money. If you think about it. I mean, is there a percentage of the grant that you're gonna, in other words, go for if you went for 75% of the money? Is that a better taking for the grant, or they really
There's
don't
two
care?
options available. We can
Okay.
do 100,000 or we can do the full thing. 100,000 doesn't get us where we need to be.
Yeah, that ain't gonna help us.
No,
That's like a coupon.
that's like a
Well, it is.
yeah, no, I concur.
I try to think in, logical, common terminology terms sometimes. I don't know. I like
We need
going
to vote
for,
on
I like going for the whole thing. Think we got a chance?
is there a motion for 10/26 or we're not gonna handle this by, because we want it to show up in the minutes, so maybe we better.
In the minutes, it says a special meeting will be set for 10/26/2023 at 9 AM.
Maybe we should.
You don't
make
need a motion.
To make sure it shows up in the minutes.
I'll make, go ahead, you wanna make
No,
it?
do
I'll
it,
make a
yeah.
motion if you guys want motions all over the place.
Okay,
I'll make a motion for discussion of grant writing opportunities on 10/26 pertaining to the fire truck. 2023, 9 AM.
we're gonna select a vendor during that time too.
Oh, you haven't done that either yet. That would probably be a good thing to do then.
Isn't that why we're setting the meeting?
I thought we were.
The
setting-
agenda item is fire special meeting vendor selection.
Then let's put vendor and finance selection and leave it at that. Then it's even easier, Cheryl.
What's your motion?
No, all you had to do was put one word in there.
Did I hear you say motion to schedule
Motion
a
to
special
schedule
meeting?
a special meeting.
The motion so
discussion.
far is motion by Valmuth for discussion of grant writing opportunities on 10/26
Nah, that's not-
pertaining to the fire truck 2023 at 9 AM.
Nope, that's not good, Cheryl. You gotta put financing in there. You're going, anything else you want stuck in there before I try to write this?
Well, on any of our special meetings, we've been including park.
Well, you have to because you never know. if
So
you're gonna
that'll
have
be
to
on
vote
the
for
agenda.
or not. So any or all park concerns? All right, motion. For a special meeting. 10/26/2023 at 9 AM. For the following business items. We'll do number one, pick vendor for fire engine. 2, discuss grant financing available for fire engine. 3, any or all park and boat launch discussion. How's that? Anything else you want to have at that meeting?
I would second such motion. If we changed boat launch to business items, boat launch business items.
Okay, that's fine.
And I think your original language was for discussion, but it might be a business item. We have the motion read back.
You can have it read back by Heidi.
Motion.
You're
for
not taking it down?
I didn't take down that. No, are you kidding? She's composing it. I don't know if she's gonna change it midstream or what.
Motion
No.
for special meeting.
Motion by Valmuth. Read it slowly, please.
For special meeting on 10/26/2023 at 9 AM for the following business items. One. I guess we shouldn't say pick. We should probably
Selection.
use.
Fire
select.
engine vendor selection,
There you go.
fire engine vendor selection.
You done with that? Let me know. Discuss grant funding for No, it's not grant funding, it's financing. So discuss,
I like where you're headed with the grant slash finance
that's
thing.
what I was.
So you would include both.
Correct. So we would say discussion on grant slash financing, funding, or fire engine. Number three, any business discussions regarding any park questions. Or do you want boat launch on there too?
For any park business items?
There you go. Cheryl, change that to any park business items, please. I'm gonna have to investigate how to write motions. Pause.
I'll second that motion. Motion made and seconded for the discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Valmia,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Gosh, yes.
Okay, so we have a board member that would like to have a few minutes to have lunch. We are past our 3-hour mark. I'm interested in getting to the bottom of our agenda as quickly as possible.
Well, the only problem I have with that is I just noticed that the last page of the packet isn't on your new business sheet.
I'm sorry?
The last page, last business item is not on your new business.
What?
Letter's not here.
Township board comment from 10:10. That's to my knowledge.
Oh, that's what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I thought that was something else. Okay, we're fine.
Does the rest of the board want a bathroom break for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or
Wanna
do you
take
want to
10?
keep going?
Wanna take 10? Just to get up, and walk around?
I can do whatever. Okay, let's take a 10-minute recess then. So 12:46.
I'll just start walking around.
Oh, she always stops like full. The 25-mile-an-hour thing that was headed up by Kluzinski and uh, oh. The men's room? No.
I was gonna ask you one question. before we can-
Right. Even our as-bills are not close to accurate.
Thanks.
Mhm. My clock has just turned 12:47, so we've moved potentially through all of 12:46. Are you ready to return?
I'm
Don?
ready to return.
Heidi, are you ready to return? Now you're ready? Well, no, wake it up.
There's dead hands.
So you have to press the power button for about 1 second. Yeah, and then let up. And it should wake up. Hold it that long and it'll restart. Good. No, that's how I use mine. Okay. So new business number 2, snow removal contractor selection, packet page 239.
233, isn't it?
Probably, yeah, that's where it begins. Yes, 233, I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to have Stevens Lawn Care and Snow Removal LLC in Elk Rapids, Michigan as our preferred contractor for snow removal.
This was a 3-year bid, right?
Yes,
Should we note that in the motion and beginning when?
so here's,
Unless his question.
okay. So good question. And I'm drawing on something that you've brought to the board before. Where's the termination agreement? Okay, and so really, this is a bid form. And now I'm looking really to generate a contract.
Yeah, because, go ahead, finish your motion so we can have some discussion, because there are a couple other things that I
Okay,
add to that.
all right.
Yeah.
So my motion is to have Steve's Lawn Care and Snow Removal LLC, Elk Rapids, Michigan, as our snowplow contractor. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yeah, I just, along those lines, you said, we're gonna have to look at the contract, and they included a workers' compensation policy of $500,000 in the bid package. There was a commercial insurance policy attached, but it did not have a limit amount. I could not find one on that page, so that was a question. And then furthering that same question, I get tripped up on this all the time. What is the township's minimum requirements for those two items?
So workman's comp, that's a good question. I've not dealt with workman's comp for quite some time. And so I would probably default to, I'm gonna say, Lizzie at legal to define if there's limits on workman's comp. I think as long as you're covered under workman's comp, there's no limits for that.
So then that may have been the policy that he sent. I may be interpreting wrong, that it may be, he's attesting that he has he has a workman's compensation policy, and his commercial insurance policy is $500,000. That I could be,
Sure.
okay, but
Yeah.
again, it still goes, then my question would then defer to what is the commercial insurance that we would require?
Yeah. So later on in the agenda, you will see notes where we've had a varying policy amount. So I think that that's a reasonable ask to establish a minimum. Yep, and whether we do it here or whether or not we do it some other place, I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, we can hold that, my questions to that part of the agenda later in the agenda, but then just know that we are gonna have to apply that standard back to this,
Mhm.
so.
Any other questions?
No, other than I'd like to thank Walton Contracting for submitting a bid.
Yeah. At least we got two. So along the contract lines, I don't think we've ever actually had a formal contract. I think this is all we've ever used. This bid document is all we've ever used. And so do you see the need for a contract? Moving to a new contractor? Do we want to do a 3-year thing or maybe just a 1-year thing to gauge how everybody's doing? Or do we want to have a actual contract that would,
Put in there that we do it after a year, everyone's supposed to keep going. Is that where you're going with it?
well, I was going with the termination clause, right? There isn't. And that's why maybe a contract is now, a tangible document outlining the services and so on and so forth. Maybe that's the direction the board wants to move in, just so we can, cover all the bases.
It does say you're entering into a contract, so you probably should have them. Well, I don't know. Doesn't have it. And, it doesn't have like these two up in the building.
Where do you see it says it's a contract?
Right in the deadline for bid.
Oh, in the notice.
It's. Accepting the bid, but you have to give them. You probably need a contract because look at how this script. Your definitions in year 1, year 2, and year 3 aren't, they're clear, but they're chicken scratches. So I would now enter into a contract with that. Or define and determination clause. Oh, cause look at how you wrote it. 25, 28, 30, but it's the confusion line.
But anybody can make a mistake on handwriting a document or whatever.
Usually a contract you can sign for on purpose. You sign
Okay, so thoughts, Don?
I, it's always, to me, the having contracts is a function of either time complexity or expense. I think if we're gonna enter into a 3-year, if we're gonna put the bid out for 3 years, I think we should have that contractually more memorialized with, termination. It's the same types of things that you should do. For services and, you're basically just taking the elements of the bid package in terms of the scope of work as an exhibit A. And then laying out just the terms and conditions for performance, more specifically through the body of the service. And spending time on a snow removal is just as applicable for lawn services or some other types of things that we do on a multi-year basis. So, I think the elements are here. I think we just have to rethink how we approach these and try to standardize this as much as possible. Put together a boilerplate contract for services and then fill in the blanks and put the exhibit A's with the scope of work. But I think this should be under contract.
Otherwise, you're gonna run into the same predicament. You're stuck with them till the end of the 3 years without a termination clause in a contract.
Well, the idea is not necessarily that, unless something's egregious, the whole idea is that
Exactly.
I want to be able to point to something, say, hey, you're kind of falling short here or whatever. And,
Mhm.
we like your service. You just gotta, this.
Clean it
gotta be
up a
done
little.
spec. And so, it's just, that's those interim steps rather than just going from, 0 to 60 termination. So,
Okay,
At
I mean,
least
it's good for both. I've said this before, it's good for both parties.
it is, it covers everybody's butt.
So,
Well,
well, we may have to, pending outcome of a future business item here on this agenda, we may have to choose somebody else because he may not be able to get additional insurance either.
I think we cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, and what we know, he's our preferred and we still have more.
Okay.
We would like to have him. But like I said, I do personally appreciate Walton submitting one, and it doesn't mean that it's a dead end at this point. We'll take it as it comes.
So motion made and seconded, further discussion, and so now roll call. And I will call Glenn,
Yes.
Volmuth,
yes,
and Pop. Yes. Business item number 3. Make a motion to have Attorney Chris Patterson file a complaint/corrective statement of fact with the appropriate jurisdiction regarding the statement made on the 2023 qualifying statement.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Anybody have questions here?
I don't have any questions, but I would certainly say that the seriousness of the matter to me is simply the fact that the Department of Treasury decided to put into their certification a specific MCL reference, penal code reference. That to me says that's a serious matter.
and it's the Treasury Department.
Yeah, so.
Well, again, if we've seen a lot of movement on stuff like this. I think the first inkling of it was with ARPA funds. They required the supervisor or the chief
Right.
operating officers. So not everybody can sign all these documents. And so when these kinds of things label a specific office, I think that office has to be involved in the process.
You have to know what's going on, what's going down with the ship.
And so last year, Baird and Cotter made it a letter, a management letter. And that got resolved by the clerk signing it for the board.
There's a management letter this year too.
So this really throws back to an earlier agenda item with the 1099 form. The board is just unaware of these things that are getting done in its behalf.
Well, I talked to Jonathan and, so they audit 30 townships a year. And, have never had a problem from any one of their other townships signing this qualifying statement. And it is a required thing, has to be filed by a certain date. And they don't have any problem with you doing it from now on. So.
Roll call.
It's
right?
very routine. What was the motion?
As written,
Who made it?
I did.
Pop, I seconded it.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Ahmed,
Yes.
Ross, no. Glenn?
Yes.
Good thing you got it if you're planning on borrowing money though.
My concern is that the other thing that is delinquent will cause us not to be able to borrow the money.
What
So
else is
that-
delinquent?
Well, you should know.
The SAM.gov registration that you haven't completed?
You have allowed it to expire by over a year before notifying the supervisor's office, so.
No, I spent a lot of time trying to get
That's right,
that
it's not on the
renewed.
agenda, but we'll.
Trying
bring
to
that
get
back.
that renewed. Well, I don't want a misperception left with the rest of the board or any public that might be online.
Okay,
I spent a lot of time trying to get SAM.gov renewed. And finally, I submitted a letter, a notarized letter, and that letter was rejected because you have to submit it. So any delay that has been, happened since you were notified that you have to submit the letter is on you. And you're correct, you won't get any federal funds until that's renewed.
anybody can sign documents.
No,
Huh.
not this one. Oh,
Interesting.
no, I'll show you the rejection
Well,
from,
you're the one that said anybody can sign
Sam.gov.
documents.
no, I said anybody can sign contracts. I didn't say
Uh-uh.
anybody could renew a registration with the federal government. The federal government wants to hear from you. You're the only person that can do it. So any failure to get that done since you were notified of that is on you.
I think that brings us to new business number 4.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, no, we're in new business 4. Motion to approve the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy proposal for a Battle Creek Natural Area Trail Concept and Design Development Plan not to exceed $2,500.
I'll second for discussion purposes because I have a few questions.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. Heidi, what are your questions?
Okay. This is the map, right? Okay. I want to know where Osterhouse's property is on this map.
You can look it up on the Grand Traverse County Parcel
You
Viewer.
didn't ask for your opinion. Ask Donna. a question.
That's how I look up parcels.
So Heidi, would you hold the map up again?
Not that helpless.
Sure.
Would you hold up the map again?
Not.
That's all
your
right.
problem.
Let her have her opinions.
Okay.
She's just
so
trying to derail them.
I know Mike
No,
is done.
So where you have your
Should've
circle
had
at,
that information
that's
before you got
Roland's.
here.
Oh, you know what? Stop, okay? Because I'm glad you think this is funny. We're gonna probably go to court on this too. So,
I suspect
his,
we will.
oh, I bet we will too. So his property, show me where his.
Okay. So you see where Lossy Road comes into Skigmog Point?
Yes.
Okay. Roland is right there. So Mike Jacobson has, I don't know, like a 10 in there or something like that.
Yes.
And then I think it's Roland's property. And then I think it's Mike's daughter is just north of that.
Okay.
All well before BCNA.
Okay.
However, you are correct, because that, what you're pointing to is a private citizen.
Yep.
No,
No,
it's
that's
not.
private
That's
property.
private property. See, the map of the trail, when Crack brought the item to the agenda and everybody's talking about it. We were looking and reviewing, and when Melissa asked me to carry it forward to, as a board item, I asked her to include a map showing the proposed trail area so that we could get a visualization, because we did
Okay.
not have a map at the
Is
Pratt
somebody
meeting.
building a house right here?
No, it's built.
It's,
It's
there's,
built.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so the question, just recently looking at, the package and getting the map. The question becomes is there an easement across there that exists today that
Yes.
allow, because if not, this proposed trail loop goes right across, and what I did, I went into the parcel viewer, same thing. on
Right, I did
GPS.
that earlier.
And, and there's you know who the property owner is and such. To develop, verify that, but I guess, unless there's something historically, being the new guy, that we have some sort of easement or arrangement for that trail across this property owner's lot, it's hard.
I don't know how you're gonna get that from them either.
I mean, you can't endorse this project if you're cutting across somebody's lot without an easement.
Don't you think they intend to pursue a request for an easement?
That never came up at the Prac. So,
Obviously, an easement has to be acquired to go across private
First, it
property.
has to be even established.
so.
And to further your point, taking a look at the map that you have printed and the one that's in the packet, the little round box with the capital P in it,
Mm-hmm. Parking.
parking, we actually use that private citizen's driveway
To go to the parking lot.
to go to that parking lot.
That I did not know either.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question of where's Mike's house on this, because I went and looked at it.
Huh.
Now, I would think there's an easement involved for that short distance, but I don't know.
You'd have to look on a survey.
Where would you even find that information?
It'd be in their closing.
We have
papers
a
on
big
your survey.
notebook full of all the BCNA acquisition documents
We do.
Hmm?
Is that
Yeah.
in,
in the clerk's office.
You'd almost have to go to the private party and ask them to pull their closing papers up and see if there's any deed restrictions. And they might not even know. That's how I found out that a quarter of my property was actually in a park.
Okay, maybe I didn't follow this, but the proposed trail, the only is on BCNA property. Except for circling back to that, and they're feet from each other. When you pull in there, you can either go right and pull in there. And on the left, there's just a little opening there. I'm sure, I guess I don't know, but I would think there's an easement because you have to pull off of the road to get into the parking area. Other than that, it's all on BCNA township property.
So right now, we haven't investigated with the homeowner if they're okay with this. But we want to go out for a bid.
So the parking square that's there is on base DNA land, and then the directly south of that, the driveway is being shared with the property owner. And question is, we assume there may be an easement, maybe not. But then when you look, but then that is one, would that easement encompass that red line that traverses south, north to south, south of the Pete parking square across that private citizen's lot?
Could you just make make the trail on the side of the road where there's already an easement on the side of the road? I try to look at this at all different angles, but until you have the homeowner pull their deeds and stuff, you don't know what was done.
Well, we have deeds to the park.
I know, so you have deeds to the park, and that resident has deeds, I'm sure, on his property. If it borders the BNCA or if it does go through his property. But until you look at those two pieces of paperwork, but there is, correct me if I'm wrong, there is an easement alongside the road, correct? No, yes, you don't know, because normally when the road commission comes out and shows you how to measure where to put a sign, they show you where the easement is. You gotta go 33 feet in, and your easement then in. So this is a private driveway then.
My understanding of a road right of way is that is for Grand Traverse County Road Commission. Now, if it was meant for park walkers, then the easement would likely say something along that lines, but to automatically assume we can use the road
Can't
right of
assume
way
nothing.
for a trail, I don't know
No,
that we could do that.
No, you can't. It's just like building a house against an ordinance. You could have to tear it down.
When I first saw this,
Mhm.
I read the BCNA documents a long time ago. Heidi, you said something about a survey. That
Mhm.
was one of the requirements, that we conduct a survey of the boundary of this park. I do not believe that has been done.
Well, when I started reading all that I have a copy of, a lot of it was concerning.
A lot of speculation going on. I think someone needs to check out the BCNA acquisition. It's a 3-inch thick, probably 2.5 to 3-inch thick binder with all the acquisition documents in it. And probably some of these questions could be answered just by looking there.
Sure, one question. Did the loop ever close?
Huh?
Did the loop ever close to your knowledge?
No,
No, okay.
no,
No,
yeah,
I'm just wondering if that at one point was a circular route.
no, it never was.
Okay, thank you.
I think
That's
it
why they
was.
want to, that's why they want to do it, because most people would rather walk a circular loop than have to, go back over territory they walked in on.
So do you want to provide the file or do you want to provide
Someone
copies of
can
the
come and check,
file?
I'm not gonna copy it. Someone can come check it out.
I'll, I think what we need to do is.
You wanna make
pull it-
copies
Pull
of
this
it?
off and I'll inform the PrAC next week, Tuesday, and if they want to send some manpower in to examine that book.
I think you need to look at like 3 or 4 different things. I think you need to check surveys, if any were done. I think you need to.
We
get
know the
that-
survey was not done. We know that.
So there was no survey.
No.
Okay, I would ask the homeowner for his survey, his clothing papers and his deed restrictions, or go find them yourself.
Well, here
Because-
again, there's a lot of documents in that book and there's more than likely surveys in there. So, that book needs to be read and then people will be up to date on what, it's been quite a lot of years since this BCNA was acquired by the township. And, it was long before, the board in 2012 took office. So, well, a couple years, I think. I think it was
I would
2010.
look
I forget, but anyways, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of information already here, and why would you go somewhere else until you've exhausted what information is available here? I believe the attorney's office put this book together as a, you know, a legal document for the township to know what was done in case anybody ever wanted to know, okay, what parcels went into this and, you know,
Now,
how it
here's
all
some-
came together.
Well, here's a question I have, and I've had this question for quite some time. So you go back and you read the BCNA grant, and you read the Lost Trail grant, you read that whole book of stuff. And this is a different book. This is the grants and all the information that I think I took off the website. I'd have to look where I got it. But it does say in there that we're supposed to maintenance and take care of this trail. Well, I guess we forgot about that for like 10 years and now we're doing it. Okay. Just checking. Cause that document needs to be brought to the table also. So there's probably like 5 or 6 documents that perhaps should probably.
Well, you
come
all have the
together.
BCNA management plan. And that,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, and that document, you all have that. And I believe that does say that one of the things that the township was supposed to do was connect the trail out there. I haven't looked at it in a while, but
So I can rescind my motion or we can bring this to a vote.
I think
it was
we-
Glenn's motion.
Yeah, I believe I made the motion.
So we can have Don rescind his motion or we can bring it to a vote.
Rescinding the motion and
I'll
just
rescind
pulling
my
it and
second.
pulling it off the table. I don't even know that I want to table it because I think they're gonna have to do some research on it. I think this is, in light of this information, I don't know how quickly they're gonna turn this around, so I don't want to put it on a tabled item. I think can we just rescind the motion and pull the item, no
I'll
action
pull
on the
my
item?
second.
I'll take it back to the PrAC.
Sounds like a great idea.
I rescind my motion.
Thank you.
I'll take my second off if I seconded.
He's not here today. No one's in the treasurer's office today. I'm not sure.
I'll make a motion requiring all entities currently providing services to Whitewater Township submitted valid insurance certificate detailing coverage minimums, detailing current coverage within 10 days of written request to do so.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Just one thing, if you need any help with any of those documents, I have some of them.
Why is the independent contractor template that we approved many years ago not being used for all vendor contracts? Because that document does have the insurance requirement in it. If you've got a contract with somebody and it doesn't have the insurance requirement in it, they're not required, if, you know, you didn't specify that at the beginning of their contract. It's not required. And I guess I don't understand why that, you know, we paid a lot of money for this independent contractor template. It's all in the P&P manual. You all have a copy of that. And it's in section 4, by the way, the same place the township credit card policy is. And you were all given the updated copy of that, I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Of the credit card policy?
What I said is that the township credit card policy is in section 4.0 of the P&P manual. And that was updated recently. Can't give you the date specifically. And you all were sent that.
Heidi, any questions on the motion?
Be nice to use the same paperwork and be consistent. That's all I got.
Well, the independent I'm sorry, Tom.
No, go ahead. I'll follow my question up.
The independent contractor agreement was designed around those people who provide temporary services to the township that don't have an actual business. So we have had various folks come to the township to do odd jobs. And if they wanted to be paid, we had to have a vehicle to let them know that they were not an employee of the township. There would be no withholdings from any payment that they sought. And that's what the independent contractor agreement was designed to serve. I think that this motion highlights entities, which would mean official businesses. And I think that that is the differential here for me.
Well, you required one of Ben Quast, and that's a DBA, that's a business. Law and Order, that's a business. So that your suggestion that it was only for people who don't have a business, that's not true.
I have no idea what you required Ben to sign.
No, the board had to approve an independent contractor agreement, 2 or 3 of them for Ben Quast. But he has a business, Law and Order, and he has a DBA, and you also required it of Lynn Peterson, who has a business, a DBA, who built the batting cage. Well, he was the contractor on the batting cage. There was a lot of volunteers, and built the dugouts. So to me, you're either gonna require it, you know, you wanna go back now and say, oh, everybody's gotta provide this insurance. You know, and I think the other thing you need to look at, I saw Bob's email, where he doesn't believe he's required to even have it. So, and I have a question, that I've mentioned before, the 21-point reality test, economic reality test that has to do with the difference between an employee and an independent contractor, you know, and if you're paying somebody as an independent contractor, but they're really an employee based on the answers to the questions on the economic reality test, you're liable for their taxes back 3 years. So. Also, are you going to be the caretaker of these insurance certificates? Cause we're not, the clerk's office is not going to chase people down for insurance certificates. If you wanna take on that duty, we'll turn over the insurance certificate binder to you and you can make sure they're all there. We file them as they come in.
Do you have many insurance certificates for this listing of various contractors in this memo?
No, she just said she didn't.
No, she said she has an insurance binder.
Well, let's see.
Starts there with,
Charter, no. Cherry Capital, I'm sure at one time, 186. At one time, Law and Order, yes, 365. At one time, yes. North Place Planning, I think they just, provided something. Old M72, I don't know who that is. H&R Maintenance, I don't know who that is. Certified Zoning, that's not in their contract. We also, I mean, we've been getting insurance certificates. Township apparently used Molon for something many years ago. We get insurance certificates for Molon. We've been getting those the entire time I've been here. We get them for Merit Network, Ace Telecommunications, that we're just on their list to get those every year. You know, they're supplied by their insurance company.
And the reason you get them from the communications company is because they have at one time applied for Metro Act permits.
Yeah,
And that is a requirement of the
Mhm.
Metro Act
yeah.
program.
So I'm just naming
So-
them off.
So, yeah,
Charter, I don't recall getting one from Charter. We might have. I mean, I'd have to look in the binder.
I just think this transcends governmental or commercial enterprises. The fact is that you have people doing work as a contractor, and there's got to be some protection for this township if we're entering into agreements with these people. And I think that the amounts are critical, because I think it depends on, you know, it's, you know, these are not multi-million-dollar contracts, but there are issues with workman's comp if they're on our properties or doing work at our behest. There are accidents that happen. There are things that go on, and it's just prudent to have
Protection.
Yes.
Well, and for instance, our cemetery sexton, Bob Wilkinson, has his own insurance, but I've been told by Paul Olson that he's also covered under the township's insurance. And also, this motion is exceedingly vague. Valid insurance certificate, general liability, workman's comp, what kind of insurance are you talking about here? And in what minimum amounts? The motion is very vague.
and it was designed that way, Cheryl. Because we
Okay,
want
well-
to understand, well, if you can open your mind for a moment. We want to understand what the contractors currently have. I don't think we've established a base minimum.
In the independent contractor template, there was those amounts are in there. And I don't know why we would change those amounts.
Well, that is for a board decision, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
also you'll have to understand that, small contractors like lawn maintenance companies and snow removal and whatnot type might not be able to meet your minimum. And so, you don't have very many of those companies to choose from as it is. So if you set the minimum too high, you're not gonna find anybody. Because they're just not gonna pay those premiums, because their other customers don't require it.
And so this is a request to know what's out there. For example, you brought up Ben Quast, he has one on file. Does he have workman's comp insurance?
Yes,
Okay,
once again, his contract was a fill in the blank of the independent contractor template.
okay, so that's the contract we used for, and that might be helpful with snowplow too, right?
Right.
So Cheryl's alluding to the fact that the contract we have is through the independent contractor agreement. So maybe that's what we use for snowplow. I'm not opposed to that. Right?
No.
I mean, that makes perfect sense if we've already entered into an agreement like that with another summertime vendor. It makes reasonable
Yeah.
sense.
And I heard that was vetted, that had been vetted and came through.
I think that come from legal.
Yeah, so I think,
Mhm.
we're ahead of the game, but not,
And if I recall correctly, they want to review it on a case by case basis. And so we would
And
just,
they have.
we would just simply submit, instead of like, for example, the lawn maintenance company, the snow plowing company.
Well, and when you put that, if you're going to use that for those entities, then they need to be given that document, that template document ahead of time, because that may enter into whether they bid or not. That should be part of the bid package. If they know they're gonna have to sign a contract like that, that may be part of their bid package. Part of their, like I say, they may decide to bid or not bid based on what's in there.
I think we have a motion on the floor. So we've named a number of other companies. Can we think of anybody we've missed here?
You'd almost have to go through your whole book of contractors and have a checks and balances. Who sent you something and who didn't?
Well, I tried to go through payables, but we may not necessarily, pay every contractor every month. For example, like lawn, for example.
the way to do it, well,
Start a
I would say
precedence
what,
from here going forward.
well, what I would say is what I did earlier this season for the park. I took the April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2023 end of year report, which would also included the journal. And you could go through and all the vendors were listed out there by name. So it didn't, if they were, to your point, if they were periodic, they still popped up at some point. But that's how I went about identifying who the park vendors were to try to contact for opening. But you could do that same application running right through that to capture any vendors that aren't listed here.
Okay.
Then just send them the template and ask them to update their paperwork.
Yeah, and if they don't have any, they don't have any. The purpose of this business item is not to exclude.
No.
We want to know what's out there. Right.
Who has what?
Yep.
I could go through that last year's report. And just take a quick look and cross-reference it against this, if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll take that help.
Okay.
So maybe rescind the motions.
Are you thinking about asking contractors who aren't under a current contract with the township to provide their insurance documents?
The motion is for all entities currently providing services to Whitewater Township.
Got it.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop?
Yes.
Baummuth?
Yes.
Expansion pay request. So updated documents, pay request number 1. I have not received that I know of from Rick Stout yet that number 1 has been approved to pay. But for sure, I have images of the dock sections being on site. There appears to be some disagreement that the contract requires them to be put in place, which then would require the township just to pull them out again. I'm not sure where we are on that particular discussion topic.
How did you pull them out?
The only thing I could add to that was I didn't solicit the comment. Mike Walton, when I was out there yesterday morning, when they were doing the asphalting, he saw me, he pulled over and came over and said that when they were done, well, they were putting the base coat down by both the boat ramp and on the road. Their intention was to put the finish coat on down by the water, but the weather was just so bad. And so they're going to delay that and do the finish coat all at once on the asphalt. He did mention to me, he said that the only thing, then that would leave, once they do the finish coat, then they would he was planning on taking the dock sections down to the water, lining them up, but leaving them out of the water, but just positioning them so our contractor in the spring could then push them in. But they would be moving them from the upper part of the west lot where they're at now and getting them down. And the same thing that North Shore does in the past. You know, they pull them out so far just to keep away from the ice and the water. And basically,
Put 'em back in.
yeah, I just said, okay, thanks for telling me that. But that was their plan. They weren't actually physically gonna put them in the water is what he told me, but, again, I don't know if that's helpful or adds more confusion to this conversation.
No, I think it falls in line with Rick Stout's email from the 29th. That it just wasn't gonna approve number 1 at this time. And so I fully understand, and what I'd ask the board is that we approve pay application number 1, and then I will actually verify to the clerk that they are lined up, ready to be put in. And it doesn't have to come back to the board. Number 2 is ready to go and Rick is approved and I concur with it. So number 2, pay application number 2 can be paid for. I'm just asking that pay application number 1 doesn't come back to the board.
Is there a motion?
You don't have a motion, no motion yet. You did not put a motion on the table.
I'll make a motion to accept pay application number 1, reference the skid piers. Payment to be made once they're in place.
I'll second it.
Once they are in place on shore.
Yeah, cause
Well, they are on shore at this
they're
point.
already on
Yeah.
shore, but
Okay, well, I'm just,
Yeah.
I don't want anybody interpreting that
right.
in place means they're in the
in
water.
She's right. So are you gonna put prepared
Once they're,
for
once they're
placement in the
placed
water?
within 30 feet of the water line, 20 feet of the water line.
I was gonna say lined up in accordance with the prints.
Oh, that works.
That works.
That's even better.
Yeah, whatever they've outlined, that you wanna make sure everything
Yeah.
checks.
Mr.
its
Wisdom said he was gonna do.
In other words, the prints show the docks in the water,
Right.
right? And so everything that Don apparently got from the contractor and everything, and I'm aware of the contractor, that's their intention, is to set them there. And I think that would satisfy Rick's, right? Request is that they're properly placed rather than in place. But according to the prints, would mean that they were in the water.
You wanna put something in there for final approval? You know, with your checklist?
I don't think the motion needs that personally.
Alright,
What I'm asking for as the project manager, I understand what the board's wants and wishes are. And if they get lined up, ready to go in, that's when I'm going to say, Cheryl, pay application number 1 has been completed.
I mean, common sense is telling us. We're not gonna put them in, just to take them out.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Is there some reason the motion isn't to approve pay application number 1? Accept, I mean, accept, that's like somebody hands something to you and, okay, I just accepted it. Is the board approving the
First
payment of
payment?
pay application number 1 once the clerk is notified that these skid piers are in place?
I'm fine with that.
I'm good with that.
So
So
the
it'll
new
be motion to approve pay application number 1, reference the skid piers, payment to be made once they are in place.
Good enough?
I'm good.
So did you second that, Heidi?
I did.
And just to make sure I understand, from my reading of the documents, pay application number 1 is in the amount of $39,776.40.
Repeat that amount, Cheryl, please. 39.
$39,776.40.
Thank you.
That's what I got.
That amount really should be in the motion.
Yeah. Wait for you.
What was the motion again? Or what was the number again?
30, from my reading of the documents, please verify this. $39,776.40. And I
I
got
would agree
that
with that.
from,
Line item 8.
I got that from page 260. No,
Yeah, 260.
yes,
number
line item 8, $39,776.40. So that needs to be made part of the motion so that it's absolutely clear to future anybody reading the motion what the amount is.
So I rescind my earlier motions.
I'll take my second off the table.
Motion by Goss to approve pay application number 1 in the amount of $39,776.40. Payment to be made upon supervisor notification that the skid piers are in place.
So that's a motion you're making?
I am.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmir,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
I'll make a motion to approve pay application number 2. In the amount of $381,459.07.
And that's dollars, correct?
Yes.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
381, 459.
07, yeah.
Okay.
Roll call when ready.
Valmir,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes. We only pay from original documents, original signed documents, so once those are presented to the clerk's office, we can get those paid. Per the motions.
Is there gonna be any issue performing that?
I'll make a motion to pay from
No,
electronic.
no. No, we do not do that. We are not going to do that. I don't care if you pass a motion. Go ahead and make your motion.
Motion to pay from electronically signed versions of the pay application.
Now I have a question on policy. Are you going against a policy by doing that?
Not that I know of. I mean,
We always pay from original invoices. These
this
are
is an
invoices.
original invoice, Cheryl.
38 half years, you pay from original phone.
Good second.
Not yet.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
I'm not ready.
Okay.
And here's why I'm not ready. Because of the amount, wouldn't you like to sign and see paperwork in front of you versus something on a computer screen? Just my thought.
Printing off anything from a computer screen.
Mike's signature has a notary to it.
I'm not concerned about his signature.
So,
the-
whose signature are you concerned about?
She's.
Architect's, engineer's signature.
Oh, well, I don't have a problem getting a copy of Rick's sign off.
Right,
on
all
it.
they're asking you for,
The
Ryan,
original document
the
that Rick
original
signed
document
is what
he
we
signed.
pay from.
But that's not an original document because
you've
Mike
made
has
changes
the
on
ori-
it, right?
If Mike has the original document, then he can turn it over to us. We'd be happy to pay it.
I want to hear what you have to say on that.
I would like to say what I want to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for that permission. I'm sure the document exists, maybe even Rick has it. It's just not a concern for me. Mike's attesting to what he's delivered. That is the signature that by this contract is the one that is the importance. Clearly, because it requires to be notarized. But if you just want Rick's wet signature, why? I think that would be much easier. And I don't know why he didn't sign this one.
Maybe he doesn't sign till completion of payment is received? I don't
Then
know.
in that case, we would, under these current circumstances,
Not pay him yet.
we would never be able to pay him, would we?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So this is just another requirement that the clerk has put on that
Oh,
has,
please.
has no.
You've never worked in accounts payable, so thank you.
Actually, I have.
No, I'm sure you haven't.
Actually, I have.
You have never worked in accounts payable here for this governmental entity.
Nor would I.
Let's vote on this motion, okay, and let's get going here. Or I'm gonna be leaving pretty darn quick.
Roll call when ready.
It's a very bad habit to start. Goss, no. Valmuth?
You guys have put me in a hell of a predicament here because one's saying one thing, one's saying the other, and I've paid bills, so I'm gonna vote, I'm sorry, no.
Glenn?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
Motion fails.
So my question is, why don't you want to pay from the original invoice? Why is
Well,
that? a
it's just a time thing. So by the time the original document that Mike had notarized goes down to Grand Rapids, then gets signed down there, then comes back here, that's just an additional delay in the pay application.
We're not gonna pay bills again, until 2 weeks from today. So accounts payable's done for this week.
Okay, so that gives you 14 days to make this happen. Is that not enough time, too much
It's
time?
not up to me. I'm not the one that has to provide the wet signatures. They are. So that's all right. I mean, it'll all come out in the final change order.
Well, I understand, I understand that, but I
So
also.
if they end up couriering the documents to Grand Rapids and then back up here, that charge will appear in change order number 4. Not a
Okay,
problem.
but I'm just saying, I understand her point and I understand your point. I've been in both predicaments. But for something with this high dollar amount and it's gotta be notarized and the process is already there, is it that much harder to follow it?
Nope,
So could I redo the motion so that all the.
it's already been voted on.
I understand, but I could change the motion because you have, you wanna go
Can we, can we move on to the next
Oh,
agenda
okay.
item?
Whatever.
Honestly, we are gonna sit here and spin our wheels some more, which is what we've spent half of today doing and what we spend at least half of every meeting doing.
Sooner or
The
later,
board is
they want
supposed
their
to
money,
have
they'll do it.
things, they take
Yes.
action, they move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
And make a motion to immediately remove posting of the Whitewater Township website, the posting.
I'm sorry, I'm not ready for this motion, so you'll
I'm
have
sorry,
to wait.
we're supposed to, the motion's
Chop,
in the
chop, chop,
packet.
chop.
Yep.
I
And-
will type the motion. Motion by Pop to what?
Immediately remove posting on the Whitewater Township website and any archival reference on the website to the Highmore ZBA reference.
Reference on the website to the,
On packet page 267 to review no later than close of business the same day, October 10th, 2024.
I don't know, what the motion is.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
This
It's
has-
appropriately on there. I sent it to Ron Pop. I sent it to all the board. On October 10th, 2 days after, I'm sorry, August 10th, 2 days after the August meeting, and asked for it to be put in the 9/12 board packet. It was not put in there. And so I put it on the website. And, you know, I get it, Connie Highmore doesn't like what I named it, but she sent the email. Okay, she sent it. And that is public record that she sent it. And if somebody wants to read that, they should be able to.
I concur with Cheryl. The problem
It's
is
a
with,
public document now.
the problem is naming it. So Cheryl Goss modified somebody's public comment. That's the
didn't-
legal item here.
I didn't modify their public comment.
Well, you did.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I
So-
just named it something. I didn't modify anything. I didn't insert any letters or words or take any letters or words out of what they sent to the ZBA. Nothing. I
You did
simply
advertise
gave it
on
a
our
title.
Website under your title.
Yeah,
Not. public
because that's
comment.
what it is.
Your title.
Well, I asked you to put it in the board packet of 9/12 and you didn't. Why wasn't it in the 9/12 board packet?
Because it was modified there too.
So? It's public
So?
record. It's public record.
Again, you modified.
It's
a
public record. I didn't
So it's
modify
no
the
longer
public
public.
record. I just asked to be put in the 9/12 board packet and you refused to do it.
Why couldn't we just assign it a number?
Did anybody second that motion?
I did. Why can't you just assign it a number? You assign FOIA as a number. Why do you have to use a person's name?
Well, I don't even think I'm concerned about the name,
Okay,
of Highmore being used. It's that
Why would
Clerk Goss seems to label it as ZBA interference.
Definitely was.
That's what appears to be in
But-
objection.
that's her opinion.
Well,
So.
it's
it
her
shouldn't-
opinion being posted on the website.
Exactly.
That's, I think, what the board is, that's what I'm getting from this, is that
That's what I
a
said,
single
it's
board
opinion.
member's opinion is being advertised on the website.
It wasn't published as public comment. It legitimately should be listed as public comment.
It's not public comment. It was sent directly to the ZBA members before the notice of the ZBA meeting even came out. It wasn't even public comment, from my understanding, at the ZBA meeting. It was an attempt to influence the ZBA members before it was sent on July 10th. The ZBA hearing didn't happen until August 24th. It was clearly an attempt to influence the ZBA members on a matter that the Highmores are personally involved in. It was an attempt to influence.
That's a
It
really
was an
strong word, and I don't
attempt
think I want
to
to use it.
tell the, it was an attempt by the Highmores to try to tell the zoning board of appeals
Wow.
what the law is. That's what it was, and it was inappropriate. And that's why the ZBA members were admonished by a former longtime ZBA member to pay no attention to it.
I just want to be on the record. I'm distancing myself from those comments because I think those are inflammatory, if not accusatory, and you cannot draw that reference from somebody's intent from that email. I just refuse to accept that.
Mm.
I want to be separated from those comments from this board.
I don't even want to take part in your discussion.
Why would they send it? What was their motivation for sending it, Don?
I
If
didn't
they
talk
weren't
about their
attempting
motivation,
to
and I'm not going to
influence.
read into their motivation.
Oh, okay, all right, well, you don't need to. I'm
Let
ready
it
to
be known
vote.
that those are the comments of Clerk Goss, Cheryl Goss. Not necessarily shared by at least two board members now, myself included.
No way, me, 3.
Well,
So-
no, you don't have to agree with them. You don't need to agree with them. It doesn't matter. I can state them. They are part of this meeting. Because that clearly was an attempt by the Highmores to influence the ZBA to side with the way the Highmores wanted the variance request to come out.
In light of Clerk Goss's comments regarding this matter, I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote too.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no. Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
certainly does not preclude those comments being sent out to the public.
Well, you do what you think is necessary, Cheryl,
I will.
and
Thanks.
Happy for you.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any tabled items. Board comments or discussion. Oop, I see that I have a mistake here that I left October in there as well. So I apologize about that. Next regular board meeting is November 14th. We have a special meeting set for, what is it, the
7.
27th?
7. Isn't it?
No public comment in the hall. And so any public comment out in Zoom land, if you'd like to raise your hand. Hearing none. Motion to adjourn. I'll make the motion at 2:05.
Second.
Motion seconded. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.